Hello everyone and welcome back to Manor Regulars Chapter 7. So, you know what they say, a new half year, a new chapter. So here I am, your one and only host, organizer, and also commentator Jung. And joined by me for this match specifically will be Sin. So Sin, how are you feeling today?
Honestly, I'm feeling both really excited and really nervous for this match because these are some really familiar teams in terms of IMR. A lot of these teams we've seen before, and as we mentioned earlier before we started stream, there are multiple Somnia teams, like Somnia sub teams in IMR this time around.
Oh yeah, definitely. So actually now that let's have a remind of everyone of the bracket before we introduce today's matchup. So here's the bracket. So here we have, like, as you can see, the teams already separated into the winners and losers bracket because, like, they've played a bunch of qualifiers to make it here. So what we're having here is that we have AL, Team AL, AR, SOQ, and okay, I'm gonna punch Nyashi messed this one up. Nyashi! Basically, it's supposed to be Lunasomnia, but then he put AR twice, shakes my head in disapproval. And meanwhile, for brackets, for the losers bracket, we have SM, Sangalia, Hotpot, and SKT, which I refuse to pronounce the full name of. And so we're going to move on the matches today. At 2 p.m., we have Team AR versus Team AL, which will be the match that's happening right now. And for the next one, we're gonna have Lunasomnia versus Team SOQ right here and now. So yeah, wanna introduce us on Team Aquarius, Sin?
Yeah, for Team Aquarius, we have for survivors we have Kuga, Meow, Yush, and Peepee. For Team Aquarius Hunter, we have Hushan.
Yeah, moving on, for Alex AL, we have Norton, Immortal, Ice, Tempest, and Mango. Meanwhile, for the Hunters, we have TT and UKY. So yeah, there we have it. So hold on, let me contact Sneaky and ask her to get us in. So while we're having, let's give a quick background information. Team AL is basically the runner-up of like Chapter 6 Tianba. And for Team Aquarius, they are a new team in theory, but they're basically like a bunch of very well-known players grouped together that literally play in co-op, because we have like Kuga, Meowpai, like also Hushan, PP. Like I think every one of them appeared in co-op one way or another. So they are the new threatening team, even though they have not like appeared in previous chapters, or only some of them appeared in previous chapters under different teams. They are a very frightening team. Yeah, so basically this can be, let's say, like, you know, like AL, the runner-ups, and the runner-up of last tournament, and AR, a new team, but they are, yeah, a bunch of well-known players all grouped together. We all know how frightening this can be.
Yeah, definitely. This is gonna be like a really I lost my word, but yeah, it's gonna be like a really intense battle here, especially after what we've seen from them in the qualifier stages.
Oh yeah, talk about the qualifier stages, because like from what we know is that basically Team Aquarius, they got 2 10-0s in the qualifiers and 1 8-1. So this is very frightening if you think about it. 20, like, gaining gaining like full points. I apologize, I have throat allergies. I swear, why on earth did I just see that stupid meme in chat again? And anyways, I swear I'm gonna hate Cosmo. I hate Cosmos. but yeah. So actually, another thing we note is that the meta changed between this and last chapter, because last chapter I was still using the old rules, but they modified it entirely. So now the global bans are going to work for the hunter as well. So this is going to be very interesting how this would work, because like these are not like professional players, so in theory their character pool will not be as large as like the meta, or rather the IVL hunters. So it'll be a really good test to see like what skills do they have. And by the way, are you online, Sin? Oh, I see you.
Yeah, I'm online.
Alright, yeah, I need to grab my mini back online too. So while we're at it, I can tell you for now is that the first game is going to be in Lakeside Village, as they selected off camera. And Lakeside Village, you know, being a very hunter-sided map at all, and also with Goatman, and like after the nerf, it's still common seen in IVL that Goatman is still like the number one hunter. Hold on. Wait.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I need to. Yeah, I need to grab. Sneaky, give me a spectator spot. Yeah, as I said, this is going to be like a Goatman is still the meta even after the nerf and all. So maybe we're gonna see it here because, like, yes, they got nerf and Goatman is no longer the default pick in BO1, but that's only like the default. That's like only the default pick, but still, it's still like generally the best option. Just occasionally, the other options can be better. So yeah, I'm right now. I'm waiting on team. I'm waiting on two things. One is for Sneaky to give me spectators, and two, in the second I need to wait for is to ask Team AL to join the VC in the server, so I know they're here. Alright, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, so now we're at, like, Goatman... But one thing to note is that Goatman, his resentment level is no longer as high as before, so this definitely would make his, like, cages much lower, because we actually seen that, we've been through the majority of the championship tournaments, so we know that Goatman can be countered by a good team comp or good gameplay.
Yeah, that nerf to his resentment level build-up is actually like so massive for how he's played now, because you can't be as careless with your cages as you could have been before. Now you actually have to be particularly mindful of how you use them, and if survivors kite out even one cage from you, it's really difficult to actually catch up from that.
Yeah, definitely. Like if you're a bit like if you're too hasty, then you're gonna run out of a resentment level, and this would give like the Goatman some kind of trouble here. So while we're at it, we're going to also talk that right now we know Hushan is hunting first from Team Aquarius against Team Alex Love here. So Hushan actually played Goatman. From what I recall, he mainly plays the Goatman first in BO1. So let's see if Team AL is aware of it, and if they are, let's see what would they selected to counter it. Okay, yeah. While we are at it, let's think of what is good again. Let's actually think about what is good against Goatman. Perfumer is good against Goatman. Gravekeeper, I guess. Also, Puppeteer is good, but while we're at it, like, let's not hold everyone as we're gonna head into the band pick screen straight away. So,
Yep.
Let's see though.
For the first two bands,
Yeah.
for the first two bands, we're straight up seeing Seer and Antiquarian. For the Seer band, that's still standard. For the longest time, we've known he's been banned. But for Antiquarian, this might be... If it's an Antiquarian band, it's gonna be a hunter that's rather afraid of harassment. But we know that from the big four hunters, Opera Singer and Ivy aren't particularly scared of an Antiquarian, so it's probably leading up to another Goatman for the first round.
Yeah, probably it's gonna be the Goatman. So while we're at it, we do see... Oh my, the bans are happening very fast off camera. Much faster than I thought it would be.
Yeah, the bans are really fast.
Okay, so...
for the first two Survivor picks, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, we're gonna see the Novelist next in the band spot, and then we actually had the Puppeteer. Yeah, Puppeteer is the next one being selected here. And then we have the First Officer, Last Band, and the Gravekeeper selection. Oh my, they're literally speedrunning this.
Yeah, it's so... These picks are going by so fast, it's honestly surprising.
I guess they already have a plan off camera. Like they decided on a plan in advance, so they're like, you know what? I'm just gonna deal straight with it. Because normally, like previously, like the team with band picks is that they would discuss a bit, but I guess it's not the case here, as they know what they're aiming for. So, anyways, here, Meteora just being a very strong character in this meta and all sent to global ban straight away. I guess it's almost equivalent to them saying that they want to do something out of this Meteorologist and like gain something out of it, maybe. And also Puppeteer's selection here, probably just, you know, the standard stuff we expect, like...
It's just a general tanky character to counter a possible Goatman pick without being too niche of a counter.
Yeah, I mean, Puppeteer is good against majority of the top, if... Majority of the top, I'll say.
Yeah, definitely.
So yeah, while we are at it, it's the Goatman. Give me a moment. I just did not expect the band pick to occur that fast.
Yeah, now we're in the spawn picks we're seeing. Puppeteer at Shack, Magician at Small Boat, Gravekeeper at the Big Rock, and Meteorologist at Big Boat. We're actually seeing the Goatman spawn at like the other half of Small Boat. So Magician might end up being Magician is actually at Small Boat, so it might be Puppeteer that takes the first kite, purely because it's a worse kiting area. Because neither of these targets are particularly optimal for the Goatman, but honestly, it might be easier to land enough hits.
Yeah, honestly, you mentioned no one here is particularly the best for Goatman. So probably, I think he can already select choices here just to go after maybe Magician, just because the Magician is in a relatively bad spot comparing to the Puppeteer there. And but the thing is that the Magician can use out his illusions to drag over time. Like, that's the thing after the Magician buff, is that we commonly see it being used... Commonly like being used to drag out for time here. So yep, here we go. Oh yeah. Oh, just a reminder, everyone. There's the Promised Neverland collaboration, which I'm not supposed to promote it, but because the way how this works, I guess it's a free promotion. Haha.
Alright, we're getting into the game now, and Actually, no. The Goatman is gonna go to chase after the magician first, and managing to loop him, or trick him with the red light trick on the small boat. Here, he's gonna cut a little bit of the distance.
Yeah, he actually gonna drop the pallet in advance here, but if you're gonna drop the pallet in advance against a Goatman, you're gonna end up getting. You have a risk of getting trapped though, considering that it's a very narrow area. Magician, first illusion. Let's see, Hushan got confused over there, but tries to use a trick to appear the other side of the window, but actually fails though. So it seems like this first cage might be a bit of a miss. There is this next cage though, but the next illusion is also So let's see how Immortal used this. Oh, a very nice duck. They're able to duck backwards, and there are actually two illusions there, and the cage end up dropping. So Hushan actually only able to gain one hit out of his first cage, which is not optimal, because even if he gets hit through this cage, it is still like drag a lot of time. Not to count that this cage might end up missing, because Immortal is doing a very good job, and he's forced to use the blink there, actually trying to get the hit within the cage, but unfortunately for him, the cage dropped at the last moment. So this is not looking good for Hushan, because already quite some time has lasted, and finally is able to take it down. But look at this, Sin is already near 3 ciphers.
Yeah, this is what I meant earlier during the spawn pick phase, that trying to go after the magician, although the magician is technically weaker than the puppeteer against Goatman, the issue is the spawn point itself. He's gonna be kited out a lot because of how difficult it is to maneuver with the cage on such narrow areas like this.
Yeah, but he did do an amazing job with the illusions, able to last on near 3 ciphers, so it's very impressive against the Goatman. So Gravekeeper here, diving under shovel, gonna appear up, just take a hit and normal stuff, and Gravekeeper gonna run away, make sure he does not get doubled down under any circumstance. So let's see, Magician not going to hurry to drop the cage, wants it. Yep, this was the trick I was talking about, where you appear behind the pallet or something. So this is some very good maneuvering from Hushan. But just, would that be enough though? Because now the Magician will be running away, and we can see that the cipher progress is looking very healthy for the survivors, as they're currently like the third cipher is about to be done, and 2 in about half progress. So unless Hushan can gain something, for example, stopping this rescue entirely, otherwise this would be very hard for Hushan if he wants to play for a win, because the puppeteer is very, very tanky.
Still, look at this. The Goatman is actually able to delay out the puppeteer and force him to use the Matthias like a couple of times before he actually even gets to the chair itself. Another cage, and
hold on, puppeteer, hold on, it's dangerous!
Yeah, there it is.
Okay,
yeah, go ahead.
Talk about a turn of events over there, because I thought that there was no way the puppeteer would get cut off from that distance, but Hushan ended up putting 4 cages in a row with amazing. Oh, Meteorologist here, but here, yeah, gonna take the hit, and force the cipher up, but Hushan low in resentment level, so I guess that's that. Here, so now the Meteorologist, it's up to the Meteorologist to kite out a certain amount of time, because we can already see the Gravekeeper is rushing in, but actually, this cage from Hushan's part is a bit misplaced though, because he ended up trapping himself in, and Mango here, still goes down, but definitely did drag a bit of a time, and considering that Hushan now has no teleport to use, so in like the survivors can try to decode for the last ciphers, but if I recall correctly, the last cipher is the one being decoded. It's the one like right next to the Meteorologist right now, so they're forced to start a new one.
Yeah, we're seeing that the Gravekeeper is actually the one trying to start a brand new cipher, and they're trying to send in the puppeteer to do a rescue, but this looks like the same thing is gonna happen, because look at the Goatman's resentment level. He can pull the exact same trick that he did to cut off the puppeteer last time, if he gets spotted out. Yep,
that is why the puppeteer now is not going to bother to appear. But I think he already got spotted out. Yeah, he actually got spotted out, so this is looking bad, because the puppeteer definitely would go down here. So the question is, what after that? Because the puppeteer goes down and teleport is about to be ready, so Gravekeeper must... actually gonna chair because he does not know the cipher progress, but now the Gravekeeper must retreat off the cipher. But it seems that Hushan does not want to chair though, but Yes, you know to go after the Gravekeeper straight away. Gravekeeper wanted to touch that Cypher, but now this might come off in danger of him. And now that he knows that this Cypher is not in danger of being primed, this might be good. But it doesn't seem that Hushan knows which direction the Gravekeeper went to.
Yeah, and also got stuck in his own cage trying to look for the Gravekeeper now, and he does get spotted out right about now, but this does buy enough time. This should buy enough time for the Puppeteer to self-heal himself. The question now is if they'll be able to finish the rest of that Cypher progress before Gravekeeper goes down. Oof.
That scared me for a split moment, Sin.
Yeah, no, that was incredibly scary. The way he almost got Terror Shocked there, and if he got Terror Shocked there, that would have been a terrible outcome.
Yeah, but though I think right now Hushan would not be cheering just because he knows that no ciphers are being close to prime, and he also the fact that he has like teleports to instantly TP in case things goes bad. And honestly, like considering the fact that the Magician lasted a near amount of free ciphers, I feel like what is so too detrimental is that failed rescue, because the Puppeteer actually came in relatively early, but 4 cages. But the usage of 4 cages in total really like costed it, and like prevented rescue entirely. But now with the Gravekeeper self-heal up, Hushan will have to make his choices here though, because if he spends too long on the Puppeteer, there's a chance for the Gravekeeper to prime the Cypher at the small ball, because that one is not high in progress at all.
Yeah, it seems like here Hushan is making the choice to go after the Gravekeeper instead, and honestly I do agree with this choice, because as long as Gravekeeper is down, they no longer really have any chance of properly decoding this Cypher, because the Puppeteer will have to heal up the Gravekeeper, and yet who else will be alive to keep the Hunter distracted? No one.
Yeah, but it seems that Hushan here is just wandering around, but it seems that Hushan has some amazing tinnitus skills, able to sniff out the approximate location of the Puppeteer though. Oh, yeah, this time, or rather, yeah, the Puppeteer gonna get spotted here. We're gonna rush to heal up the Gravekeeper. But even if you heal up, that's like 25% of Cypher progress that they have to deal with in total. So maybe here, the safe bet is to have, maybe, yeah, they're just gonna try to rush it, but how are you going to rush a Cypher that's missing 20% of progress?
Definitely.
Like, if it was like...
It's gonna be impossible, like...
If it was like 10% maybe, but 20%? No.
No, yeah, definitely not. And with that, we're actually gonna see a 4K for Team Aquarius.
Yeah, honestly, it was... Considering that the Magician kited out like near like 3 cages, it was actually very impressive on what the Magician did. It was just the Puppeteer's second rescue. Like we saw the Puppeteer came in relatively early. It was just the fact that Hushan used his cages and ended up getting 4 hits on the Puppeteer separately. Because maybe the better choice for the Puppeteer was that I think maybe it was better for the Puppeteer is that if he does not, like when the cage is placed outside, he just does not turn into Lewis at all, because basically what would have happened is that he would have like been forced to like not just Hushan would be forced to drop a cage like Hushan would have been forced to drop a cage like in surrounding the Puppeteer, and then like if he hits, then the Puppeteer will have enough time to break and go into rescue. So maybe it would have been better if he just did not turn into Lewis entirely when the cage was surrounded from the outside.
Yeah, like choosing to use Lewis there, and either way, the fact that he got caught out from that kind of distance and the Goatman had enough resentment level to stall out that chair time, even if he didn't go down, there would have been a chance for the Goatman to simply stall out time until the rocket chair went off before the Puppeteer even got anywhere close.
So yeah, anyways, we're gonna take a quick break as I need to switch some stuff, and we'll see everyone after the break. See you in a bit.
A mythical realm captured by the pen of a daring explorer. Like an eternal scroll buried deep within the golden sands. Quietly suspended at the edge of time. Clad in golden veils. Bathed in the gods' blessings. The feathers of Mott descend from the heavens. Weighing the sins of departed souls. The field of reeds sways with the breeze. Their ancient hymns echoing through the ages. Whispering of the endless cycle of life and immortality. A mythical realm captured by the pen of a daring explorer. Like an eternal scroll buried deep within the golden sands. Quietly suspended at the edge of time. Clad in golden veils. Bathed in the gods' blessing.
Alright, we're back. So yeah, obviously we did not have the transition screen as I ran out of time to make it. Maybe it'll be added back next week. We'll see, because I also have stuff to do in this weekend. But anyways, we're back, and I actually just checked, and I think even if he does not turn into the puppeteer does not turn into Lewis, it would not have mattered. It was just the fact that he got cut off a bit too far. Like, the puppeteer actually came in relatively early. It was just unfortunate that Hushan had lots of resentment level to spare. So maybe it should have been even way earlier than that, if you ask me, Sin.
Yeah, definitely. If he wanted to come in early, they should have kept track of that resentment level and just maybe even 10 seconds earlier. That would have saved them a lot of time, because at least the puppeteer would have the time to stall out a cage.
Yeah, so now the issue we're having here is that the pressure is back onto AL's hunter Titi to return the favor, as Hushan continues his 4-man streak throughout the tournament. So... So yeah, but honestly, as I said, I think we are definitely seeing the potential from Team Aquarius, because seeing how well the Magician kited, and they're only 20 to 30% of Cypher progress away from endgame, which was very which I can see is a bit of improvement that they had from last tournament, because last tournament in the finals, AL got defeated by basically Team Sky, which by a lot, but here they actually did an impressive job. So let's see though, as now it's on AL's hunter Titi, and let's see, can Titi return the favor in Lakeside Village?
Yeah, definitely. Alright, we're seeing... Let's get into band picks here.
Yeah, so... Oh, let's see. Yeah, now I know the bans will happen very fast, so I need to be faster.
Yeah, to start off, we're seeing the hunters hovering over their first two survivor bands, but it looks like we're gonna see a magician band first, actually.
I mean, we already... Are you drinking water?
No.
Actually, we are...
Alright, yeah, we're seeing magician and gravekeeper.
Yeah, we've actually already seen last round is that how well the magician kited a very significant amount of time against the Goldman, so it was no surprise. But oh, let's see. It seems that for Team Aquarius, they only need a one-man escape, so they're gonna go a different approach, selecting the Antiquarian Prisoner first. But Antiquarian being a very strong character and all, that they're just throwing it into the band pick straight away. I guess they're gonna be like they're gonna be like in a mode where they're like very confident. They're very confident with like they're gonna get a one-man escape or something like that, maybe.
Yeah.
Right, guys.
Honestly, a one-man escape isn't the most difficult to obtain. Even if you play terribly, as long as you don't like actively throw, it's rather difficult to not get a it's not a one-man escape on a team comp that's based around that.
Well, we are gonna be seeing the Knight next. I mean, we've already seen Knight. So Knight is actually also pretty decent this meta. Like, he's just really one of those characters that you can throw like everywhere. No, like you can throw it in any team comp and they like work decently. So yeah, like, and also they're gonna send the Knight into global ban straight away too. So I guess they're just more confident with their like selection or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And oh, well, you have it. The last one is going to be the Enchantress. So Enchantress, I'm liking this because Enchantress actually counters the Goldman pretty badly, because with her ability to regain stuns, or I think that's called the Ape Curse. The Ape Curse is going to be like very useful against the Goldman if TT has it. And seeing that this Enchantress is like, or rather this team comp as a whole is very decent against the Goldman, I say the Team Aquarius probably did their homework against AL's Hunter TT.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, actually this is actually now that we're looking at this, is actually a double stunning team comp, because they have two stunners here, and Antiquarian can also potentially give the Goldman a hard time, but it can be countered by Excitement Goldman. But it seems that Team TC here is going to opt for a different approach and going to be going for this instead.
Yeah, we're gonna see an Ivy from Team AL's Hunter here. What do you think of that?
Well, Ivy, let's see. Ivy actually, I think throughout the tournament we also established that Ivy is like not the best in this meta, just because like ever since she got nerfed, her field control was much weaker, and her ability to gain like four man like elimination was much weaker, because like her ability when there are 3 survivors remaining on the field is much weaker, because basically the survivors can demolish the Ostracons much faster, and also there's like a shorter cooldown before they can demolish, and this is going to be very, very bad for Ivy.
Yeah, this is gonna be very bad for the Ivy here. So, from this spawn point, it's definitely gonna be a chase for the prisoner first, because she wouldn't want them to be able to cipher rush her. However, even then, the prisoner is actually at big boat, so it's still gonna be a rather difficult chase, considering Ivy doesn't particularly have anything to chase with.
Yep. Actually, another thing that you note is that the prisoner actually counters Ivy, actually, now that we're thinking about it. I think prisoner counters Ivy because his ability to connect ciphers and decode ciphers in long range also makes Ivy's field control much harder. I feel like the Ivy might have a massive difficulty here. Like, yes, you are facing the prisoner, but the prisoner is also at the big boat, one of the strongest kiting areas in the map, and basically what he can do is basically just stand guard at the stairs, and you're not going to gain any ostracon, like you're not going to gain much corruption level by leeching on them.
Yeah, definitely not.
So yes, I'll say Ivy might have a bit of a difficulty here because this team comp decodes fast. Prisoner counters, Ivy is much weaker than before. So yeah, that's in theory Ivy will have like a hard battle here, but that's in theory though. So let's see.
Yeah, that's just hypothetically. First, we're gonna see the basement is actually in big boat if we're looking at that, so that might prove to be a bit of a difficulty here if prisoner chooses to stay at big boat. But now the prisoner is taking the leech, and she's gonna keep it. She's gonna choose to try and chase him a little bit. I think. No, I think she spotted someone else.
Yeah, I mean. I think he's gonna go outside to try and leech whoever's outside, but the difficulty here though is that there's a considerable distance here between him and the next survivors, meaning that Ivy will have to control quite a bit and do like a double control at the same time, which is going to be a bit of a difficulty before he can even leech the first survivor. And look at this, prisoner is still very high up in like. It's like pretty like considerable gap, and also no blink. Doesn't goes for the blink here and misses, and there's also the electro. So this is looking very bad. Now I'm actually going to go for the knight because spotted the gap that the knight got a bit too greedy in ciphers and was at like 100 corruption level. But is he gonna consider to chase after the knight next? Because if he does, the knight does have free tactical foresight that can give the Ivy a very hard time.
Yeah, but then if we're paying attention, the knight is actually the only survivor here that has tide. So even then, that's gonna end up being, it's gonna end up being advantageous for the Ivy if he goes down, because when the knight is rescued, he will not have tide.
All right, let's see what's gonna do here. Actually, just now, yeah, 92 corruption level. Maybe he wants to fly away, not able to. Gets it down. Actually, just now, like here's the interaction: is that when using tactical foresight on the Ivy, if Ivy swaps into Yidra and used the Revelation, it would not matter because the tactical foresight was used on the Ivy. It does not affect the Yidra. So that is actually one interaction there, but still getting it down works. And also, as you mentioned, because the fact that Knight is the only one with Tide Turner, that means that the room of rebound will be much lower, and also because one more hit and we're going to already be at full presence. So if they're going to like want to get rebound kit, they don't need the Antiquarian to harass, but I don't think that will be their plan. And the other thing is that Knight has to use the tactical foresight before the teleport, or else this will be a whole different story, which is exactly what's happening right now.
Yeah, definitely. And now we're gonna see the
Antiquarian
Knight down for a second time, since the Antiquarian is in such a dangerous position right now. She's
94, 97. Oh, that was
beautiful.
Scary.
Yeah, honestly, beautiful flywheel from the Antiquarian here, trying to force out. Yeah, trying to force out
Watch
her. Oh.
I mean, the Antiquarian did miss two swings over there. Let's see. Oh, evaded that though. That was a very nice move, and we can already see is the prisoner already in vicinity? Yeah, I think the prisoner already went into rescue, but the thing is that this is a full presence Ivy, so literally he can chair the Antiquarian now and then go for Knight. But actually, amongst all this, we see the ciphers are already primed. But let's see, does he realize that the Knight does not have borrowed time? It seems that he did realize it, but 98 corruption level is not going to be enough.
Yeah, there it is with flywheel out. The Knight goes down now. If he chairs now, he still has trump.
No, he has no trump card. He has no trump card.
Yeah, no trump card. So he can't teleport to the gate after chairing down the Knight.
Yeah, but the fortunate thing is that the fortunate thing that actually is amongst all that rush, there was like no one no one getting the gate because the antiquarian and the prisoner all were here and the enchantress on the cipher, meaning that the gates have not been touched just yet. So this is why we're seeing right now that Ivy is in no hurry just yet to go on either side, just because that he knows that the gate is safe for now.
Yeah, definitely not. He knows that he's not particularly in a rush because
Blank.
Neither of the gates are at rather high progress, and Blink is going to be used here while the other gate is still being pressured by the Ostracon. There it is. After chairing the prisoner, she's probably going to prefer to go after Enchantress, though.
Yeah, the thing is that he knows that the Enchantress is in this vicinity, and the gate is not going to be enough, though, so this is actually looking bad, because this is going to teleport away. I think he wants to bait the Enchantress into coming into rescue before teleporting backwards. So that's why, yeah, Meowpie does not dare to go. Actually, does end up going backwards though. So let's see. But the prisoner already got pulled off. So that actually, I think is a bit of a kind of a big misplay there, allowing them to pull this rescue off, because that rescue should not have happened, and he lost the best chance for a free-man elimination there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and now the Antiquarian's gate is gonna open, and by the time that the prisoner's leech cooldown runs out, the Ivy won't be able to teleport to him in time.
Yeah, and even if there's no way he's gonna hit 100. So I feel like this Ivy made a lot of critical errors there. Because look,
Definitely.
he doesn't even have 100 corruption.
He doesn't have any built up levels. So now we're gonna see actually we're gonna see a 1 kill here from Team AL.
Yeah, I actually do not understand. Like first of all, or like if his plan is to bait the Enchantress, he definitely teleported a bit too late. Second of all, the moment Enchantress stole the prisoner off the chair, why not just leech onto the Enchantress? The Enchantress was 92 corruption level. Maybe the plan was to get the Enchantress, like the prisoner, down with teleport and then get Enchantress. But getting the Enchantress down was also the same, because that was the like, as long as he just main targets the Enchantress, there was no way he could have gotten a free escape from that. But he just completely lost sight of what to do, because if you're going to charge after the prisoner, it was obvious. The Antiquarian got that gate done already. Like, there's no way he's good getting a 4-man. May as well cut the losses and ensure a tight den for a 3-man. And what he ended up doing was like a result that has massive consequences with like very little success.
Yeah, what the Shadow tried to pull off there with teleporting to Antiquarian and leaving the chair was in concept a good idea, but the fact that she can't go back like in time and allowed the prisoner to get the rescue is really what dragged her down here, because she couldn't get a hit on the Enchantress. If she got a hit on that Enchantress straight away, it would have been fine. She could have switched and chaired Enchantress instead, but by the time she got back, she already lost sight of the prisoner.
Yeah, so I just feel like it's unfortunate, because the Shadow had multiple chances for a tie and even a highly likely chance for free elimination, because he knows that the Enchantress was at the vicinity when he chaired the prisoner at the gate. I know that he wanted a 4-man and I bait the Enchantress back, like bait the Enchantress, get the Enchantress down or something, but even though his execution to secure time in the end was kind of done like not in the best way. So it's just unfortunate. So with that, this will be 8-1, and we're going to take in a quick break, and we'll see everyone for the round 2 after the break. See you in a bit, everyone.
Yeah.
Wait, where is the... Found it.
Word.
Now watch closely. I'm about to show you the greatest escape back to the world's ever seen. by the shackles of my own mind. Struggling to break free. I must find the key. Now watch closely. I'm about to show you the greatest escape back to the world's ever seen. I'm chained by the shackles of my own mind. Struggling to break free. I must find the key. Now watch closely. I'm about to show you the greatest escape back to the world's ever seen. I'm chained by the shackles of my own mind. Struggling to break free. I must find the key. Now watch closely. I'm about to show you the greatest escape back to the world's ever seen. chained by the shackles of my own mind. Struggling to break free. I must find the key. Now watch closely. I'm about to show you the greatest escape back to the world's ever seen.
Alright, hello everyone, welcome back. So yep, I need a bit of time off camera to swap to go with the screens because it's very annoying. So anyways, we're back. Just a quick recap. Team AR won the first round by 8-1, which I feel is unfortunate for Team AL because they definitely could have scored much more than that, but unfortunately a few blunders in the end severed their chances. So now we're gonna move on to the second round, where currently Team AR have a massive advantage. So in theory, AR will be looking to win 2 rounds in a row, because an 8-1 is going to be a very hard score to reverse back in 1 round, Sin.
Yeah, definitely. That an 8-1 is gonna be particularly difficult. So now, for Team AL, their goal here would be to take the win for both halves of this round. Otherwise, they're gonna have a lot of trouble in the third.
Oh yeah. The screen is wrong. Give me a minute. Yeah, better now. So
yeah, all right. So
yeah,
go ahead.
Yeah, moving in, we already see the global bands that are down over there with UKY. So let's see what we're gonna be seeing here first. Everything has been selected. No priestess and no meteorologist. Meanwhile, Goldman has also been banned because Goldman is also very strong at Lakeside. This is the Ever-Seeming Town too, because like Ever-Seeming Town being a very narrow map and all, this means that the Goldman can block off a lot of areas, which is why it got removed. And we're gonna be seeing the Fire Investigator being selected first with the Psychologist. So yeah, this is probably a preparation against the potential Hula Baloo. Though this does open the like gate for Breaking Wheel. Oh, never mind. They swapped into Professor. They swapped into Professor. I was about to say, if you're a Psychologist, you might get screwed over by Breaking Wheel.
Yeah, definitely.
So yeah, we're gonna be seeing Fire Investigator and Seer's gonna get banned next though, so probably just like, we all hate Seer.
Yeah, almost every hunter hates Seer, the only exception being a rare few chip hunters, but even then, they'd still rather not give away the fact that they're gonna play that kind of hunter by not banning Seer, you know?
Yeah, but I mean, right now it's really the question of what else does Team AL have in their character pool, because they've already pulled up the Shadow, and if I recall correctly, we've seen a lot of the Shadow being played in the qualifiers from Team AL. So let's see no first officer as well. I guess they don't want any stable rescuers. I mean, Hula Baloo does not like the first officer, and also does not like the priest and meteorologist. Maybe it's that. I feel like it might be the Hula Baloo here, Sin.
Yeah, there's a chance that we're actually gonna see a hullabaloo from team from the hunter here. So it just depends. Since the Goatman's banned, we're the only other viable hunter here against this team comp. I don't think an opera singer would be good against this.
I think opera singer 50-50 maybe if it's an opera singer, because I mean there are some good things for the opera singer. Can chase the lucky guy first, and professor, because it'll be easy for the opera singer to bait out the hardening scale. So we're currently just still waiting on the talent pick here, but I mean opera singer can be, or as I said, if UKY here has the breaking wheel, they can consider, but because like breaking wheel is very strong in Everseen Town, though there's one thing to note is that actually I think the professor can deal with the breaking wheel because his hardening scale also blocks the trap.
Yeah, the hardening scale blocks a lot of things actually, like that one chip that the hardening scale comes with, that the professor comes with, might prove to be a difficulty for some, but alright, yeah, it is a hullabaloo.
Not too surprising, honestly, because I mean, it's still the meta and all. So yeah, let's see. Hullabaloo here doesn't really like the Fire Investigator because of the speed boost and all. And Professor's hardening scale can also be used to block off a damage if they time this one rightly. Like, Professor's scale can use to block a damage. So Professor actually has a high ceiling pool against the Hullabaloo too. So yeah, let's see here. So I think really for Hullabaloo, maybe chase the lucky guy first and gamble on the fact that the lucky guy does not live up to his name and isn't lucky to get a crucial item maybe.
Alright, there, with this kind of spawn, they're choosing to spawn their lucky guy in one of the worst areas on the map. This might, depending on how this goes, it might not end very well for them.
Hold on, yeah. Maybe they're gambling on the fact that lucky guy does not get busted first. Oh, but Lucky Guy does spawn there. No, I mean, the Hullabaloo does spawn there though, so Lucky Guy have to make a run for it. But we do see Lucky Guy already brought both Broken Windows and Flywheel effect, as he probably expects to take the first kite. So let's see how well is the whoever plays Lucky Guy. I don't know who it is. Whoever plays Lucky Guy will have to make the kite of his life.
Yeah.
So yeah, because the thing with this spawn is that he does not disrupt any ciphers because the left side of the map is empty. Though this also means that we probably won't expect to see the Fire Investigator coming to assist with the airbags.
Yeah, at most, the only kind of support we're gonna see Lucky Guy receiving here would be the scale from the Professor. Maybe a dropped scale around that pallet leading up to second story, but aside from that, Lucky Guy is pretty much on his own because Fire Investigator needs to prioritize decoding over helping Lucky Guy here.
Yeah. Yep, definitely though. So we are gonna be heading into the game, and don't forget, currently Team Aquarius is in the lead of the first round by 8-1. So this means that for AL they definitely will have to try and win second and third round. So the score from Hullabaloo's Hunter this round must be at least a tie or even better if they want to win the second round. But it seems that here UKY has other ideas and gonna be heading straight towards the Meowpie's Fire Investigator or Professor instead. Is able to get the first fright mark though, and let's see, second one. Oh, not being able to, but hold on, it seems that Meowpie is gonna run straight into the hunter and it actually got shrunk a bit of a distance there, so the chase will occur relatively fast.
Yeah, now we're seeing that the professor is actually being chased right here. Takes his first mark, and for this early into the game and being in graveyard, already getting getting 2 marks here and getting hit shortly after is so bad. Again, immediately after getting hit, takes a red mark and takes a white mark.
Yeah, but already has the trapeze here, but let's see though here this will be a bit of a mind game though, because yeah, this is exactly what I'm talking about. See what happened? The hardening skill blocked that damage over there. The second hardening skill worked off, and here actually did a very good job in evading all the fright marks over there, as now there's only one black mark being on, and Meowpie is looking to take a free Cypher Kite. Oh! Whoa. That was actually some pretty nice maneuvering from Meowpie there. So, you know what they say, Meowpie being a pro hunter playing Survivor doesn't have a bad effect either.
Now we're seeing Lucky Guy is coming in for the rescue, but he does have a flare gun here, but the question is, the hunter, I can't see the trait.
Warp.
Yeah, the rescue does happen before half, and the Lucky Guy pops perfume here, but it's not. It doesn't do
Watch
anything
out!
for the Lucky Guy here. We're gonna see the tram.
Yeah. Oh, actually gonna get on the tram. I feel like he does have enough time to go and stop the professor though. And the other side though, because if he's gonna get on the tram, I think there's still more chance for Meowpie to maneuver around rather. He could have chosen to warp over there though. So let's see what's the plan here now. Because Professor does have a skill, is able to block once again, and misses the second double surprise. It seems to me that this Hula Baloo is getting a bit anxious here with his movements, as now Meowpie completely is playing around and running circles around this Hula Baloo, who is struggling to gain anything out of this. It's able to finally get the pop, but the thing is that this is only the second pop, and we're already talking, the second chair already talking about the ciphers being primed and all, because of Hula Baloo going, the professor kiting a decent amount of time and the rebound kite and all.
Yeah, that rebound kite was extremely long, and we're looking at this. The last cipher is already primed, and not a single survivor is out yet. We're seeing the fire investigator, beautiful balloon from the fire investigator. They're able to take a rescue with no hit, and even though the professor goes down, the power of borrowed time extends the kite. Yeah.
Oh, white mark left, but the thing is that hardening scale, able to block it again the third time this time, and we already see the fire investigators also in the vicinity. Maybe they're looking for a 4 escape here, but because the fact that there is the tension, so he'll be more confident this time around. Let's see. Hula Baloo wants to use warp to locate the professor but unfortunately for him, the professor is not at the gate, so maybe it's better for him to warp backwards. Yep, gonna warp backwards here. The mercenaries in the vicinity, probably not the best plan to spend time on the mercenary because it's the mercenary. So let's. Because right now, if he's playing the way he is, then there's a high chance he'll end up getting 4 escaped. Then cheering over there, because now with everyone rushing the gate, I don't think this Hula Baloo can stop anyone, because he's too focused on getting everyone that he's gonna get no one in the end. Oh, my phone. So anyways, yeah, this would be a 4-man escape, but honestly, I just feel like first of all, the professor completely countered the Hula Baloo with how he negated his damage with his hardening scale a total amount of 3 times throughout the game. And the second of all is that at the end game, I think the Hula Baloo completely lost it because first goes the professor, swaps to the fire investigator, got him down, goes for the professor, decides to go back at the fire investigator, then decides to swap the mercenary. Like, he's trying to shove too many things in a small basket that it ended up breaking. The basket ended up breaking on him. Literally, if he just took the tie or a one-man escape, none of this would have happened. Sin?
Yeah, if he just like, again, the issue with this, like, the issue with hunters and this is whenever they get too greedy, it opens up so much opportunity for survivors to like work around that and keep each other alive, and that's ultimately what resulted in this 4 escape.
Yeah, like this 4 escape was just because of him losing focus. Like, going after the going back against the professor is fine. Going back against the professor is fine. Trying to pick up the fire investigator is fine, but going after the mercenary, I literally said it the moment he started chasing it. Not a bad idea going after the mercenary. Because first of all, it's a mercenary. There's no way he's gonna get free hits on him fast. Second of all, even if he gets the mercenary down fast, he's just 30 seconds to run out the gate, or rather it's now 16 seconds to run out the gate. Third of all, by doing so, he's risking a 4-man escape, where if he just took one chair, there's no way would they get it out of the gate. So now this places survivors in a very bad position to get a 4-man escape. But anyways, we're gonna take a quick break, and we'll see everyone after the break. See in a bit. Oh, it's not this one.
Now watch closely. I'm about to show you the greatest escape back to the world's ever seen.
Last year, Team BLK, composed of 5 college classmates, faced a narrow defeat against the seasoned powerhouse team SRE, bringing their journey in the CLA preliminaries to an unexpected halt. Now, as the team members graduate and embark on
late nights, bright screens, countdowns, begun, dreams and night. We're all in, no turning back, one last chance. We hold on tight. We sink in time, side by side tonight. We cross the line with hearts alright. We chase the dream. We shine so bright off the side. Clock can't spin and time won't slow. Every moment drifts and fades away. Now the moments just pass, hold it tight. We rise as one under the neon light, chasing the legends, rival glory. We won't fall through, fire won't fade. We feel the thunder, hear the call. We won't back down. We were born to rise up. We stand tall and push on. Flames burn, we run. Late nights racing fast, yet we won't break. Every step, play move, every risk, we take the lead. We chase the light, breaking all chains. Now clock hands turning, time moves on. Oh, fading echoes, cheers are gone. Not just a game, we built a name. We rise as one under the neon light. Legends, rival glory. We won't fall through, fire won't fade. We feel the thunder, hear the call. We won't back down. We were born to rise up. Stand on the mission. Flames burn, we run. We rise as one. We rise as one. We stand with pride.
Last year, Team BLK, composed of 5 college classmates, faced a narrow defeat against the seasoned powerhouse team SRE, bringing their journey in the CLA preliminaries to an unexpected halt. Now, as the team members graduate and embark on
Late nights, bright screens, countdowns, begun, dreams and night. We're all in, no turning back, one last chance. We hold on tight.
And we're back. So currently we are at a situation because the first round ended in 8-1, and adding the fact that Aquarius the Survivor gotten a 4 escape last round, this means that Team AL Survivor also need to achieve a 4 escape, which honestly will be very difficult because you have to achieve a 4 escape. Knowing you need to get a 4 escape is going to be, yeah, difficulty max, if you ask me, Sin.
Yeah, they're gonna have a lot of trouble here. Which, like, not only the fact that there's not only the difficulty of pulling off what they need to pull off, there's also the added mental pressure. Again, when it comes to like esports and stuff like this, part that's not really accounted for the time is when a team is losing, the mental pressure that they are losing can take a toll on performance.
Oh yeah, I'll definitely agree with that. Because like I coach a team and stuff and seen too many tournaments. So yeah, like how Alex Love or AL gonna recover from this is going to be the key, as we're going to be heading into it straight away. And hold on, I got the wrong BGM. Give me a second. Yeah, let me swap this one correctly first. Alright, so yeah, oh my, the bands are very quick with them. So no Antiquarian, no Seer, and no Hula Baloo because Goatman is already sitting in global bands. But Hoshan definitely can play the opera singer. Like I recall I seen him play, but we're gonna see the first two being Perfumer and Fire Investigator, which are very good characters, which if you want a free escape, but it's not free escape you want in this round, but it's a 4 escape, Sin.
Yeah, right now they absolutely need a 4 escape. If like with this kind of team comp, unless they pull out a forward right now or some like strong heavy harasser like that, it's looking like the first kite is either gonna pull off a spectacular performance or the other survivors are gonna have to cypher rush to hell and back.
Yeah, because like currently for Team AL they selected 3 very strong kiters. The issue behind this is that it's 3 strong kiters, which is enough for a free escape, but not a 4 escape, which is what Team AL desperately need. And even if they manage to return the 4 escape, they're going to have to return an 8-1 in round 3, which is going to be very difficult entirely. So we're gonna see no Novelist because Novelist is also very good in this meta and all. So the 4 is going to be selected last. So they probably have to bank on the 4 not being chased because the 4 is really one of the main crucial characters to achieve if they want a 4 escape. But if they ever hit a situation where they need the 4 to come harass early into the game, then they're not going to be in a winning position at all.
Yeah, definitely not.
So yeah, let's see though. Yeah, pretty much how 4 plays is going to be the key, and I think they're probably going to end up needing at least 2 tide turners because they're going to need to rescue someone endgame. And for Hoshan here, he can play the opera singer that pretty much guarantees a 1-man, or maybe just other hunters that he is very familiar with. Like his choices are so many that he doesn't have to limit himself to 1. Let's see. We are gonna be Sin, look at this.
Oh, yeah, we're seeing a fool's gold from Hush and Summer right now, and honestly, this isn't a bad pick, especially considering the fact that like we have to account for global bans and long-term longevity. By doing this now, we can actually, even if AL pulls out like the 4-man that they need now, Team Aquarius is still gonna have like almost all of the meta hunters for the next one.
Yeah. So honestly, I mean, considering that he only needs the 1-man escape, and Fool's Gold isn't particularly a character that is bad in game because he still has the blanking and still throw out his pickaxe and like launch himself towards it to gain some type of distance. So honestly, I feel like it's going to be fine here, considering that Fusco is not a character that has that high of a risk, unlike a certain character called Hermit, to which we acknowledge during the tournament. So yeah, now we're gonna be seeing here though, the spawn selection and all. Let's see. It's likely that the patient is gonna take the first kite because patient's hook is used for transitional kiting, which the Fusco can also throw a pickaxe to follow up. So yeah, I feel like that this patient will have to be prepared for the worst here.
Yeah, the patient right now would have to prepare for like taking the kite right now. But the thing about patient is he should do fine, and if either the forward or the perfumer comes in and rescues, at least what they can do there is like it's an old strategy, but they should be able to give the patient an item if he runs out of hooks.
Yeah, definitely. So we'll have to watch out and see. We have to watch out, definitely. Yeah, hold on. Can you talk for a bit? I want to fix something real quick. Sin?
Yeah.
Can you talk for a bit?
Yeah.
I want to fix something.
So now we're getting. Yeah, it's alright. I was waiting for the game itself to start. Now we're getting into the game itself with this kind of spawn. It's still definitely up to the hunter to see who he chases first. But right now, his strongest option for a first chase would be the patient here.
Alright, yeah, okay, I'm back. So, yeah, oh, patient, look at this. One pickaxe and he's already dangerously close towards the patient. And because the fact that Ever Receiving Time being a very open map and all, but hold on about that. We see that the patient actually messed up the hook and ended up falling down the first story. He actually is in a dangerous position straight away and is able to take a chip damage and going to be running out in the open though. But fortunately for him, the Fusco also missed the pickaxe there, which allows him some kiting area to kite for just a bit here, Sin.
Yeah, and now we're gonna see, with barely enough space between the hunter and him, he manages to evade a hit there and does take a chip. However, now that he's out of hooks, he won't be able to kite for much longer. Flywheel effect here, but another pickaxe will be online right now and will probably take a chip there and goes down. Yeah.
And even if he survived that, there would still have been a blink, and like this kite is not enough for a 3-man escape, let alone a 4-man escape. So the fort in the vicinity, and considering the fort, like they're going to be needing the fort to harass though, and if the fort is going to take damage that fast, this would not be good. 4 gonna go in the rescue, take a hit, and let's see. He probably needs to go for a long stun here, but this is a massively long stun that it ended up like with the Fusco regenning back his attack recovery though. So this seems to not be the best move from the Ford side, as he probably wanted a very long stun, but he ended up like a bit more than he could chew over there.
Yeah. And now the patient takes a hit through the pallet, unable to put it down, and since the forward is down, no one can save the patient right now. And if he goes out now, which is the most likely outcome, like goes out soon, it's game over for the survivors.
Yeah, I mean, the perfumer is here, but the perfumer actually got blinked on, and he did not react fast in time. So let's see. Oh, able to evade like the retrieving pickaxe damage though, but is it going to be enough though, because this patient have to survive and he's not being able to. So with that, the patient will be going down, and the forward is not in the vicinity. So let's see, is the forward in? Yeah, no, the forward is not in the vicinity. Oh, it's in the vicinity, but not able to pull off the stun though. So with that, with both the forward and the patient down already, the patient is going to be sent back to the manor, And the forward, yeah, like first of all, this means that it's congratulations to Team Aquarius for defeating right over in 2 rounds. And as for the forward, now the 4 is also going to end up being chaired too. So the question now is that I don't think the survivors can even get a 1-man out of this.
Yeah, like this kind of scenario, the hunters, this is definitely overkill, but like Hushin-sama is a great hunter, but at the same time, the survivors are making mistakes here, being greedy when they really don't need to be. Careful of the tram here. Yeah. Fire investigator, luckily enough, does not get hit by the tram, but that was a dangerously close call.
Yeah, they know it's over. Oh.
Yeah.
Hit the tram. And anyways, let's see how this play off. The perfumer is actually at 2-story though, so let's see, does the perfumer come down to try and do anything, or yeah, I think Fusco probably knows that the perfumer is in 2-story, but yeah, just gonna chill around here. They know it's over. As yep, 4-man. With that, congratulations to Team Aquarius for winning, and this is actually a 18-1 score, which is very one-sided. And considering that Team AL were the runner-ups of Chapter 7, this is definitely like a massive gap. But this just really showcases everyone how strong Team Aquarius is, seeing that they literally have like multiple Koa members in their team.
Yeah, definitely. Team Aquarius is just incredibly strong here, and just. Oh wait, that's a. Oh no, that perfumer was an S-badge perfumer.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, just that was a spectacular performance from Team Aquarius. There, and while Team AL did have some areas where they could have performed better, or they could have like avoided some mistakes. Definitely, their biggest mistake here was getting too greedy at times where they didn't need to.
Yeah, definitely. So it was definitely unfortunate, but Team Aquarius definitely showcased everyone why. Team Aquarius definitely showed everyone like why they are a force to be reckoned with. Let's see. What's that? Yeah, it's AR. Yeah. Oh, bruh. I congratulated the wrong team. It's AR, not AQ. Yep. Congratulations to Team AR for winning. So now that we're at it, let's.
Team AR?
Yeah, it's Aquarius. Aquarius is AR, not AQ.
Yeah.
So yeah, I honestly almost got confused because with all the A's today. Alex loves AL, Aquarius AQ.
Definitely. So
yeah, well now, as per the tradition of Manor regulars, we are gonna send in a member. Gonna ask Aquarius to send a member to die in the interview VC. So Sin, let's move to the interview VC and see who's gonna have the honor to be interviewed by us today. Wait, let's see.
All right, let's go.
All right, so just wait. Yeah, let's see what we are a bit. Oh, thank God I didn't cough that bad just now. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know if they're gonna like forbid. They're gonna send in someone. Oh, they're now. They are now like pushing each other to the interview VCs. Don't we love it? And honestly, for the Somnia's Civil Wars later, I wonder who will have the honors here. And honestly,
Oh my.
你喜欢采访对吧 Yep, they're just pushing each other in. Let's just wait, they'll figure it out.
Yeah, just give them a moment.
And it's fine. It's fine. Like honestly, like Team Aquarius definitely showed us how they did it with how they like got such a high score in the like qualifiers. But considering that Team Aya were also the first place, they definitely still have something in them. And honestly, what I did not mention just now is that this is the winner's bracket match. So the losing team in this match actually is not eliminated just yet. AL is not out just yet. They still have matches next week where they'll be facing off against in the losers bracket to try and fight their way back up. Because in the last tournament, they actually started from the losers bracket in the live stream rounds, and they proceeded to win. And then they proceeded to win. How many matches? I think it was 3 matches in from the losers bracket back up. No, it was 4. 4 matches in the losers bracket back to the winners bracket, back to the final. So they definitely still have it in them to try and fight.
They still have a fighting chance here, especially since they're gonna be going. Yeah.
No, I was just about to say Sneaky just had enough and said that she'll pick. Why does this remind me of like the like? Why does this seems like Sneaky is a teacher and the students are like pushing each other to answer questions from the teacher?
You know that like, did your class as a kid ever do like the thing where when a teacher would call up someone to recite, they would call out someone's name or their seatmate would raise up their hand for them?
Not quite.
Or did you guys not do that?
Not quite. Do you?
Yeah, in my school we did that.
All right. Hello, Hushan. So let me just explain in context a bit. Basically, Sneaky said I pick, and Hushan said okay. So Sneaky said you said okay, you go. Do I need to interview in Chinese? 我需要中文吗？
Yeah， 还是要。
用中文采访对吧？
对。
好吧。All right. I'll translate it for you then. All right. So. 在采访开始之前，我先问一下这个，就是对于呢你呢自己就搞了你自己有什么感受？
我可以反悔了。
什么？
我可以反悔吗
Hushan said, can I regret that, please? Because he sabotaged himself by answering. Okay. Now if the joke is over, so yeah. Sorry, I have allergies. Anyways, first,
It's alright.
Wait, it's Chinese. 好吧，第一个问题就你们赢了，就有什么感受吗？对，有什么感受的你们？
就开心嘛。
很开心赢了是吧？
是。
Yeah, so first question I asked him is, I asked Hushan, he just won, how does it feel? And he said that he's very, like, they are very happy. Okay, so the second question, I'll state it in English first. It's, for the first game as a goatman, Hushan got kited by the magician for quite some time, yet he managed to like reverse it into format elimination. So I want to ask him, like, what was he thinking, and like how did he do it, and what was he thinking how did he consider what was needed for a format there? 好的，那么第一场里面呢，就你玩那个跛脚羊的时候，你被就那个魔术师就牵制了一段时间，然后呢，但是你后面就抓到机会，就成功变成了一个色抓嘛，就想问一下，就你当时是怎么想的，是怎么抓住这个机会的，然后你当时是怎么想的去打出这个色杀出来？
就 就只需要羊的愿力多的话，就放很多毒鹿龙，木偶师只要被拦到，基本上是救不下来。
哦，这就是那一下，我记得你好像是用了合共快4个笼子把木偶师拦在外面了，就是利用愿力很多，就4个笼子去拦路，是这样吗？
啊，是是，
哦，好的。Hoshan said that for Goldman, as long as his resentment level is very high, then he knows he has a chance to stop the puppeteer from rescuing as long as there's a distance, which we did see it throughout the game at the second chair when Hoshan used 4 cages in total to like stop the puppeteer from rescuing. 好吧，然后呢，第一轮第二场呢，就你不是求生者但我看你知不知道吧？就那个呢，就看到他们打团打的有一点凶，然后后面还抓到机会还了一个3跑。就当时你知道他们当时是怎么去沟通的吗？然后还是什么战术什么的？
我知道他们想要给我打表演赛，所以他们说他们这把至少3跑起步，所以他们就很卖力的去，很认真去打。
就第一把、第二把都是这样吗？
第二把是，第一把不好说。
哦，好吧。Oh, so he said that for the. I asked him about the survivors, and he said that for the BO2's first half, the survivors said that they want to like fight so that Hushan can have fun playing like what is like an exhibition match. So for the second game, they fought it very seriously as they wanted to have like a multiple escape in order to try and like gain as much score as possible so that Hushan can play more comfortably and play something else. So I'm gonna ask Hushan the next question is what was his reasoning behind choosing the Fool's Gold, and also the second question I will ask him is did he had fun playing it? So hold on. 好吧，然后呢，你之后呢，第二场你刚刚就是打了那个等一下，羽人精嘛，然后你当时是选这个羽人精的时候是怎么想的？就是想打算用它打的表演赛的，打算玩个开心的还是什么？
哦，就最主要是那个愚人精在那张图是最好打的一张图，然后其实是我很想玩。
哦，很想玩，所以就拿，然后只需要留一个就拿出来，对吧？
嗯，对。
哦，就因为是不是因为永眠镇比较空旷，所以羽人精他扔那个稿子出去就可以就是很快速的，
可以快速赶路。
哦，是这样，好的。So basically, I asked, he said that first of all, Fusco is very strong at the Ever-Saving Town because it is one of his best maps due to how empty spaced it is.
Mm-hmm.
And second of
yeah,
all,
not only that, for Fool's Gold. Sorry.
Yeah. I'll finish it first. And second of all is that he just wanted to play it. So yes, then you can elaborate.
Yeah, the thing about Fool's Gold on Eversleeping is that Fool's Gold and Eversleeping has a lot of those narrow hallways that he can work with. You remember all those like the L corridors, the in between each building, the alleyways, all of the like the school gate has those pallets in front of it, which make it possible for the Fool's Gold to knock the survivors off the gate. No?
Yeah, definitely. All right. So last question I'll ask him. He'll be the next match they'll be facing against either SOQ or Lunasomnia. Are they prepared for it? 好吧，然后最后一个问题就是下一场你们的对手就是待会儿 SOQ 或者 LSN 的赢家，那你们准备好迎战他们了吗？
准备好，最近一直有团练，随时准备迎战。
好的。He said that they have been practicing a lot recently, so they are prepared. So with that, yep. Thank you very much for the interview. view version. So yep. 好的，谢谢接受采访。And then everyone in the chat would take, I think, quite a bit of a break here first, and we'll see everyone for the next match in a break. So see everyone in a bit.
Last year, Team BLK, composed of 5 college classmates, faced a narrow defeat against the seasoned powerhouse team SRE, bringing their journey in the CLA preliminaries to an unexpected halt. Now, as the team members graduate and embark on
Late nights, bright screens, countdowns begun, dreams and night. We're all in, no turning back, one last chance. We hold on tight. We sink in time, side by side tonight. We cross the line with hearts alright. We chase the dream. We shine so bright, all feels right. Clock can't spin and time won't slow. Every moment drifts and fades away. Now the moment feels past, holding tight. We rise as one under the neon light, chasing the legends, rival glory. We won't fall through, fire won't fade. We feel the thunder, hear the call. We won't back down. We were born to rise up. We stand tall and push on. Flames burn, we run. Late nights racing fast, yet we won't break. Every step, play, move, every risk, we take the lead. We chase the light, breaking all chains. And now clock hands turning, time moves on, all fading as those cheers are gone. Not just the game we built a name. We rise as one under the neon light. Legends, rival glory, we won't fall through, fire won't fade. We feel the thunder, hear the call. We won't back down. We were born to rise up, stand on the mission. Flames burn, we run. We rise as one. We rise as one. We stand with pride.
Last year, Team BLK, composed of 5 college classmates, faced a narrow defeat against the seasoned powerhouse team SRE, bringing their journey in the CLA preliminaries to an unexpected halt. Now, as the team members graduate and embark on
Late nights, bright screens, countdowns begun, dreams and night. We're all in, no turning back, one last chance. We hold on tight. We sink in time, side by side tonight. We cross the line with hearts alright. We chase the dream. We shine so bright, all feels right. Clock can't spin and time won't slow. Every moment drifts and fades away. Now the moment feels past, holding tight. We rise as one under the neon light, chasing the legends, rival glory. We won't fall through, fire won't fade. We feel the thunder, hear the call. We won't back down. We were born to rise up. We stand tall and push on. Flames burn, we run. Late nights racing fast, yet we won't break. Every step, play, move, every risk, we take the lead. We chase the light, breaking all chains. And now clock hands turning, time moves on, all fading as those cheers are gone. Not just the game we built a name. We rise as one under the neon light, chasing the legends, rival glory. We won't fall through, fire won't fade. We feel the thunder, hear the call. We won't back down.
Last year, Team BLK, composed of 5 college classmates, faced a narrow defeat against the seasoned powerhouse team SRE, bringing their journey in the CLA preliminaries to an unexpected halt. Now, as the team members graduate and embark on...
The light refracted by the rainbow carries a captivating, almost intoxicating fragrance. In Rainbow Town, happiness is as simple as a glass of Iris's tears. It brings endless cheers, flawless love, and everything you could ever wish for. But such overwhelming pain, such wild despair, shouldn't be yours. The happiness offered to you is within reach. Will you still turn it away? The light refracted by the rainbow carries a captivating, almost intoxicating fragrance. In Rainbow Town, happiness is as simple as a glass of Iris's tears. It brings endless cheers, flawless love, and everything you could ever wish for. But such overwhelming pain, such wild despair, shouldn't be yours. The happiness offered to you is within reach. Will you still turn it away? The light refracted by the rainbow carries a captivating, almost intoxicating fragrance. In Rainbow Town, happiness is as simple as a glass of Iris's tears. It brings endless cheers, flawless love, and everything you could ever wish for. But such overwhelming pain, such wild despair, shouldn't be yours. The happiness offered to you is within reach. Will you still turn it away? The light refracted by the rainbow carries a captivating, almost intoxicating fragrance. In Rainbow Town, happiness is as simple as a glass of Iris's tears. It brings endless cheers, flawless love, and everything you could ever wish for. But such overwhelming pain, such wild despair, shouldn't be yours. The happiness offered to you is within reach. Will you still turn it away? The light refracted by the rainbow carries a captivating, almost intoxicating fragrance. In Rainbow Town, happiness is as simple as a glass of Iris's tears. It brings endless cheers, flawless love, and everything you could ever wish for. But such overwhelming pain, such wild despair, shouldn't be yours. The happiness offered to you is within reach. Will you still turn it away? The light refracted by the rainbow carries a captivating, almost intoxicating fragrance. In Rainbow Town, happiness is as simple as a glass of Iris's tears. It brings endless cheers, flawless love, and everything you could ever wish for. But such overwhelming pain, such wild despair, shouldn't be yours. The happiness offered to you is within reach. Will you still turn it away? The light refracted by the rainbow carries a captivating, almost intoxicating fragrance. In Rainbow Town, happiness is as simple as a glass of Iris's tears. It brings endless cheers, flawless love, and everything you could ever wish for. But such overwhelming pain, such wild despair, shouldn't be yours. The happiness offered to you is within reach. Will you still turn it away? The light refracted by the rainbow carries a captivating, almost intoxicating fragrance. In Rainbow Town, happiness is as simple as a glass of Iris's tears. It brings endless cheers, flawless love, and everything you could ever wish for. But such overwhelming pain, such wild despair, shouldn't be yours. The happiness offered to you is within reach. Will you still turn it away? The light refracted by the rainbow carries a captivating, almost intoxicating fragrance. In Rainbow Town, happiness is as simple as a glass of Iris's tears. It brings endless cheers, flawless love, and everything you could ever wish for. But such overwhelming pain, such wild despair, shouldn't be yours. The happiness offered to you is within reach. Will you still turn it away? The light refracted by the rainbow carries a captivating, almost intoxicating fragrance. In Rainbow Town, happiness is as simple as a glass of Iris's tears. It brings endless cheers, flawless love, and everything you could ever wish for. But such overwhelming pain, such wild despair, shouldn't be yours. The happiness offered to you is within reach. Will you still turn it away? The light refracted by the rainbow carries a captivating, almost intoxicating fragrance. In Rainbow Town, happiness is as simple as a glass of Iris's tears. It brings endless cheers, flawless love, and everything you could ever wish for. But such overwhelming pain, such wild despair, shouldn't be yours. The happiness offered to you is within reach. Will you still turn it away? The light refracted by the rainbow carries a captivating, almost intoxicating fragrance. In Rainbow Town, happiness is as simple as a glass of Iris's tears. It brings endless cheers, flawless love, and everything you could ever wish for. But such overwhelming pain, such wild despair, shouldn't be yours. The happiness offered to you is within reach. Will you still turn it away? The light refracted by the rainbow carries a captivating, almost intoxicating fragrance. In Rainbow Town, happiness is as simple as a glass of Iris's tears. It brings endless cheers, flawless love, and everything you could ever wish for. But such overwhelming pain, such wild despair, shouldn't be yours. The happiness offered to you is within reach. Will you still turn it away? The light refracted by the rainbow carries a captivating, almost intoxicating fragrance. In Rainbow Town, happiness is as simple as a glass of Iris's tears. It brings endless cheers, flawless love, and everything you could ever wish for. But such overwhelming pain, such wild despair, shouldn't be yours. The happiness offered to you is within reach. Will you still turn it away? The light refracted by the rainbow carries a captivating, almost intoxicating fragrance. In Rainbow Town, happiness is as simple as a glass of Iris's tears.
Alright, hello everyone, and we are back. So, I am your one and only amazing host and caster, Invisible Jung, and joined by me is a literal sandwich.
Yes, I have been hearing it all day. I remember, I forgot who mentioned it. Someone said at like Zeus' stream that people thought that my profile picture was a desaturated PB&J sandwich, and guys, it's a s'more. It's not a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. But yeah, we are back here for the second match today. It's gonna be a civil war because we are seeing two teams from Team Samya. So we have Team Lunar Samya as well as Team SOQ.
Yeah, actually this is like a civil war, and I'm like, oh, there's no way I'm missing this one. So
I think the screen right now is still on the
no,
on the
1 minute delay. 1 minute delay.
Oh, 1 minute delay. Oh, okay. I didn't know you delayed it this time. I'm sorry.
This time I delayed it. It's a 1 minute delay.
Okay. I look like a fool right now. Let's see, you're gonna see a minute from now. But anyways, yep, we are here and ready to kind of just commentate this match. Definitely the stakes are up, you know? I mean, these two teams, they kind of known each other for so long, and it's kind of two different renditions of a Samya team. So we're really much looking forward to this match.
Alright, so first of all, like, let's introduce a team first. I'll introduce the first one. So we're gonna have the Asian Wolf, AIM, Garbage Hag, Kishi, Chokoganchi here. As the survivors, Cosmos is just the duo and also the number one reason, like, the person that I hate the most because he's the number one reason that people do not respect me now. And then joining, because of a stupid meme. And joining them we have the Hunters, Kaidi and ES, which we have already seen in previous tournaments, as Kaidi was from ATG, that was the runner-up of Chapter 5. And ES, we also seen him in AX last tournament as well. So for the SOQ, want to do the honors?
Yeah, I'll be doing the honors here. We have Suki, Queen, Luvia, Lucas, and I believe that's Kitty for the survivors, and YHY Panda on those hunter sides. So once again, as previously mentioned, 2 different renditions of a Samya team. We're seeing some pretty familiar faces that we've already seen in previous renditions of IMR, but also a lot of new players on the scene. So I'm very excited to see how they're going to be debuting in this tournament.
Yeah, this is a civil war, and also Panda, like those of you who recognize the name, he is like a main member of the winners of Chapter 5 and Chapter 6 respectively, which he's now like playing duo in this tournament, being both at the Survivor and the Hunter side. So let's see what exactly would Panda Hunting be bringing up the table here. Wait, let's see. Let me check the lobby again. Okay, Sotet, you can begin. Sotet's signature whack whack. So yeah, let's move into the screen. Wait, which team is hunting first? I kind of forgot.
I believe it is
SOQ?
Team SOQ actually hunting first. So this is Panda on the hunter here up against the survivors of Team LSN, which is Asian Wolf, Chokaganji, Kishi, and Cosmos. We are going to see it is Sacred Heart Hospital. So that's actually one of the most interesting choices yet for the map. We rarely see the hospital in the BO1 these days. We do see that they have decided to ban the Seer and Explorer.
Yeah, like Explorer being banned is interesting because I actually did not see much of Panda play. I think Panda did play Opera Singer. I think we saw him play the meta in the qualifiers rounds. Like, I apologize if I'm wrong because I was busy during the qualifiers. But I think we did see him play mainly meta like Goteman and also the Opera Singer there though. So I assume that just does not like Explore in general. But we are going to be seeing Professor and then the Antiquarian being selected. Like Professor is good against both the Hula Baloo and also the Goatman. Like the Hula Baloo we already saw it last game, and for the Goatman, that extra shield of him is very good to negate the normal attack damage.
Yeah, and it definitely gives a chance for the Professor. It's kind of a risky character, if anything, right? He has a lot of upside, but definitely if not played properly, could just backfire here. So I really like this bold pick from the side of the survivors. We do see the Gravekeeper was banned, so I do think that the Hunters leaning towards that Goldman pick perhaps. And First Officer getting selected here from the side of Team LS, and we do know that Ame is a badge First Officer, so this seems more like a comfort pick, but definitely against that Goldman matchup may prove a bit difficult because, I mean, you can use that cage to just get out of range, and that could provide some issues. We do see, though, last survivor pick from the side of Team LSN after the Magician ban is going to be the Enchantress, so very bold pick here.
I mean, Enchantress is good against the Goatman. Enchantress is good against Goatman, first of all. And for Hula Baloo, they have the Professor can deal with it, Antiquarian can deal with a bit of both. And so I think they're here with this pick, they're aiming to limit Panda's choices. Because first of all, Opera Singer is not good as Sacred Heart. And Ivy is much, much weaker now. And both the Hula Baloo and Goatman have their potential issues with this team comp. But wait, the what? Hold on, is that? Let's see if that is real first. Because we did see Panda flash around with the smiley face for a bit. He's actually just playing around with different picks. We don't know what is the real one.
It does seem as if he's locked in the Goatman, so you know, unfortunately no smiley just yet. We may see it later down the road. But Goatman, I mean, makes a lot of sense. It's a conventional pick. It's the BO1 that a lot of people talk about. We do know that this meta is volatile, but Goatman's still one of the strongest hunters in the game, if not the strongest, right? And in this team composition, I mean, yeah, you do have a lot of problematic characters. Antiquarian and Enchantress can provide a lot of issues, Professor as well. One thing that you need to note, though, is that Excitement is actually looking really beautiful in this composition right now. And First Officer doesn't really have a lot of staying power against a Goatman because, as previously mentioned, that cage can be used to try and mitigate or try to get out of the distance from that First Officer Poseidon Watch.
Yeah, though the thing is that the Professor does have the extra skill to tank like a hit outside the cage, so that's one thing that we should note of. So I am gonna head into wait, yeah, this one, this screen's correct. So I'm gonna head into the area selection here. So we are gonna be seeing like Ghostman spawning at the right though, so I think he spawned this to open up his potential to chase either the Enchantress or the Antiquarian first, depending on like who gives up more chances. But let's see, first of all, let's see, does he have Excitement? Because if he has Excitement, then he can really deal with either of them, but maybe the Antiquarian is in a bad spot because like if played correctly, the Goldman can use the cages to block off majority of the ruined areas, giving the Antiquarian very limited choices.
Agreed, and I feel like if Excitement, as you mentioned, is the trait here from the Goatman, the Antiquarian may be put in a really bad spot because, I mean, this is a Goatman we're talking about, and being able to block those windows and those pallets that Antiquarian would probably rely on, that's going to be a bit of a problematic issue here for Kishi, but we're going to be heading right into this match here. It is going to be LSN Survivors up against SLQ Hunter.
With your caster, Invisible Joan and S'mores, and we are going to be just seeing the like collaboration, as this is free promotion.
Yeah, shout out to the collaboration. I'm not sure if everyone's grinding for the skins just yet, but if you are, I wish the best of luck to all of you here. Heading right into this match, still waiting a bit here, and there we go. There is the start of this match, and it seems as if Goatman is gonna be going towards Choco Ganji. It seems as if he's actually brought Blink, so definitely a bold choice here, but he's also looking towards Cosmos, so seems as if he's actually gonna lock in towards his first officer here.
Yeah, Cosmos has to be very careful. It's dangerously close actually, so isn't the watch is gonna be forced out, and I think Panda missed his first cage over there, so he has to like retreat straight away. I think the goal from Panda is to just maybe like force the watches, but the second watch, Poseidon watch, actually missed, so now Cosmos has to position himself as Panda, I believe, just waiting for the last watch. Yep, last watch has expired, and now Cosmos is in a bad area, and so let's see though. Just gonna like dance around here looking to miss, and misses the first hit though, so actually Cosmos managed to evade the first cage entirely, so this is definitely a bit of a not looking too good for Panda, and missing this cage there is also a bit detrimental too.
Yeah, it does finally get the hit on the first officer, but he stalled a bit of time here and still one more Poseidon watch to use. Good news for this for Panda at least is that he does have Blink here, but Resentment is still not at 40. It is inching closer and closer now, but Cosmos actually using this Poseidon watch very early on, recognizing that that Blink opportunity may come into play here. Now Panda's trying to get away from the Poseidon range, but look, a second hit there for this first officer, and he's doing an amazing job actually kiting Panda right now. But unfortunately, I do think he's going to eventually go down here with this final cage. Let's see here. We are going to see, wonder if he's going to be able to use Blink here. Managed to dodge that first hit right there. Few more seconds here, and maybe Cosmos is officially going to be going down here. But look at the Cyphers right now. It is going to be 3 Cyphers popping here, and that's actually a really good guide from Cosmos.
Yeah, I think with Sacred Heart Hospital being selected from Team SOQ, and all this is what they're aiming for, because Panda does not really have a clear good target. With 3 Cyphers, I don't know if Panda can really even try to get for a tie, because we know that the first officer can sit on the chair 20% longer, so as long as he's... So here Panda's choices are very limited, unless he can stuff this rescue, but currently is able to see the Enchantress though. Oh, is able to get a hit. Hold on, I don't think the Enchantress can rescue from that distance, as the Enchantress extended way too long from that.
Does manage to get the rescue right in time, but unfortunately he cancels the attack recovery there, so I'm not sure the mistake there from the side of the Survivors. Does have Blink to use here, but unfortunately not going to be using that just yet here, so holding on to that trait very early, later on. He does have the trait switch here if he ever wishes to go for that, and this is looking pretty there. I mean, I do think that Enchantress maybe should have stalled a bit more time. Maybe they should have went for the rescue instead when the Cyphers were prime, and now Kishi making his way towards this chair here. Dungeon seems to be right in the vicinity as well, and not only does first officer have to get an extended period of time, they want to try to go for this tree escape, but they actually need to also get this rescue perfectly as well, and with Blink still available, not sure if this is gonna look good for the Survivors.
Oh, look at this, Antiquarian just playing hide and seek, and Panda had no knowledge of where it is, no idea. So let's see what would be the play now. We do see Kishi is possibly trying to harass, does end up going down though. So now it's up to Cosmos to kite on his own, but the thing though is, yeah, Blink down. Like, I was about to say, the thing though is that no one is touching the last cipher for now. This means that it did give ample time for them to do that. So let's see what would Panda's choice be now, because there is still a cipher, like the last cipher at the shack though. Does Panda realize it? I believe he does, but he is still forced to share the antiquarian. So let's see, would he go back to harass the cipher, or will he play the camping game here?
Yeah, and I feel like the survivors played incredibly aggressively here because now the last cipher is very close by, doesn't see the professor right there, and we are going to see Enchantress finally making his way towards the last cipher, but he's going the long end, so I'm not sure how close he is to that gate, or to that cipher rather, right here. We are going to see that is going to be from Wolfie, and wait a second, they might not even get this rescue as well. We do see here nice scale there from the side of the professor, is going to be able to kite for a bit longer. Kishi trying to weave this hunter right here. Flywheel comes into clutch, 80% right now on the cipher, as we do see here though. I believe both survivors, actually Antiquarian does have borrowed time here, so you're going to be able to get down the professor here, and I wonder if they're going to go for the pop or try to go for the rescue with this borrowed time.
I think Panda messed up the cage hitting area over there, and now we're gonna approach endgame. So let's see though if we can get the Antiquarian, because Antiquarian still has stacks to use. Like still swipes to use though. So let's see, can the Antiquarian kite this one out? But this is a very open area, because we can see that he actually hit all 3 swipes, but had nowhere to push the hunter into. So let's see though. It seems that he's gonna go after the professor next, and Professor just gonna try and play hide and seek, but I think the Panda knows it. So let's see, not able to get the scale out in time. So with that, this is gonna go down. And considering that it's still not dead and chair, and the Enchantress has already opened the gate, I think this is probably going to be a one-man escape. But hold on a minute, Antiquarian self-healed up. So let's see what would Panda's choice be over here.
Yeah, but Panda does have access to teleport here, though then again, this is Kishi we are talking about, so this is an Antiquarian that could potentially try and go for the stun on this Goatman. We do see he's going to be eyeing for this dungeon instead, but unfortunately a huge miss there from the side of Antiquarian, and they're just deciding to go for the single escape instead, and that's actually a really good comeback here from Panda, as we do see a win from the side of SOQ.
Yeah, a 3-man elimination, which is very good considering how long the first down was. Like, definitely there was a danger of 4-man elimination, was the one where the Enchantress almost failed the first rescue, but fortunately the Goldman's backstep did not, had enough distance. And second of all is that during the Antiquarian coming to rescue the Professor, Panda chose to, battle over there for a split second, because that was the time when the Enchantress was popping the last cipher. I felt like if he charged at the Enchantress there, and he could potentially play the long game and drag everyone's time to try and get a 4-man, better than staying with the Antiquarian and Professor there.
Yeah, I feel like for the side of Team Luna Samia, a main theme is patience. They just didn't have it in this match, and they were kind of going all over the place. They failed the rescue there, not once, almost twice actually, but Professor clutched it up, I believe, right on cue. And I mean, this is just something that is worth considering for Luna Samia. They had an amazing kite, but it was just a lot of mistakes there in the middle game that really cost them, and how that tree cipher turned into a tree K is definitely something worth considering here for the side of SOQ.
Yeah, but I think that's the issue with Goldman there, because they were forced to pop it at a weird timing, because there were 2 survivors with no borrowed time. They could not risk it. And for Panda's side, he did have a few errors, especially he timed some of the hits wrong, but then again, getting a 3-man is still decent for the first round. But considering that ES is up next, we'll have to see though, so we're gonna take a quick break, and we'll see everyone after the break. So see you in a bit, everyone.
The light refracted by the rainbow carries a captivating, almost intoxicating fragrance. In Rainbow Town, happiness is as simple as a glass of Iris's tears. It brings endless cheers, flawless love, and everything you could ever wish for. such overwhelming pain, such wild despair, shouldn't be yours. The happiness offered to you is within reach. Will you still turn it away? The light refracted by the rainbow carries a captivating, almost intoxicating fragrance. In Rainbow Town, happiness is as simple as a glass of Iris's tears. It brings endless cheers, flawless love, and everything you could ever wish for. But such overwhelming pain, such wild despair, shouldn't be yours. The happiness offered to you is within reach. Will you still turn it away? The light refracted by the rainbow carries a captivating, almost intoxicating fragrance. In Rainbow Town, happiness is as simple as a glass of Iris's tears. It brings endless cheers, flawless love, and everything you could ever wish for. But such overwhelming pain, such wild despair, shouldn't be yours. The happiness offered to you is within reach. Will you still turn it away? The light refracted by the rainbow carries a captivating, almost intoxicating fragrance. In Rainbow Town, happiness is as simple as a glass of Iris's tears. It brings endless cheers, flawless love, and everything you could ever wish for. But such overwhelming pain, such wild despair, shouldn't be yours. The happiness offered to you is within reach. Will you still turn it away? The light refracted by the rainbow carries a captivating, almost intoxicating fragrance.
And we're back. So, first of all, last round it ended in a free man elimination for Panda, which he definitely could have format elimination if he had made some better choices, and there were one or two bad cage placements. And for the survivors, some of their rescues were very dangerous, especially the Enchantress could very well have possibly gone down, and also the Antiquarian protecting the first officer almost led and both going down at the same time almost led to a disaster because the last cipher was literally nearby. But fortunately for them, it ended like they did not get 4 men, which means that there's still a slight chance for them because it's ES's hunter. ES as the hunter is hunting next, and we've already seen how terrifying ES can be from last tournament.
Yeah, and ES, definitely someone we're kind of familiar with, and you're 100% right here. ES is one of the highest ranked hunters, I believe the highest ranked hunter in this tournament, right? I think even above Hessian. So that's something definitely worth considering. ES is one of those few really strong hunters, and one of his signature characters is that evil reptilian. Then again, this is a survivor-sided map, so in fact, Panda getting the tree kill was actually already advantageous for the side of Team SOQ. So for them, they could just try to go for a tie here. Maybe they tie it up with a 1 escape as well. But definitely, as long as they get an escape, things will look pretty good for them.
Yeah, but let's see though, because consider how high ranked ES is, first we'll have to see if Luna Somnia can, or rather Team SOQ Survivor can escape from ES first, because he is very, very high ranked. So he definitely, like, he's known for the evil reptilian. We've seen him getting like 4 mans of evil reptilian even though they know he has it. So we'll have to see how this plays off though, as we're gonna be heading into the ban picks straight away. Let me try. Yep, so let's see oh no, Embalmer. Straight away he said, nope, I'm not letting you get a 1-man that easy.
Whoa, so we are seeing Embalmer and Knight get banned here. Embalmer is interesting because we do know for a fact that Suki is in this team and they're an Embalmer main. But the funny part is Suki is not even playing in this match. So very surprising, just wants to avoid them trying to play for the tie. But Knight totally targeted towards the 1 Knight main in this team, which is none other than Kitty's here. And I mean, I really like the aggressiveness from the side of ES to just immediately ban it, as we do see from the survivors, a Magician and Puppeteer will be coming out.
Yeah, I mean, those are some pretty good hunter meta picks, but remember is that ES does main the evil reptilian, likely chance it will appear first, but these two aren't bad against evil reptilian, because the thing is that if the evil reptilian tries to do the drop down, the Magician can use the illusion wands to sort of like evade it for a bit. And for the Puppeteer, he can transform into Lewis to sort of like tank more hits and drag for even more time. So I guess that would make sense here.
We do see Antiquarian is going to be the next pick as well from the side of the Survivors. So I'm really, it's kind of surprising because also this team composition is also just really decent against those meta options, right? This is really decent against a character like Goldman, as we do see ES considering to ban all the Rescuers. We did see that he's already banned the Knight. We see that he bans the first officer, and now decides to ban the Gravekeeper. So he's saying a big no to these Rescuers here, only giving Mercenary as the only character to be selected, and decide not to go with that, plays the Psychologist instead.
I mean, yeah, for the Psychologist though, there is the thing with Evil Reptilian is that it is unlikely for her to get camped by an Evil Reptilian because her empathy, she can tank an extra hit. So I think this is what they're aiming for behind the Psychologist pick. So to like reduce the like potential risk and all. So let's see what ES be picking the Evil Reptilian though, because we know he has it. It's just a question of if he's gonna be opting to play for it in this round.
Yeah, I mean, ES is definitely one of those few players that you're never 100% sure. Yeah, he's played the Evil Reptilian so many times already, but then again, you have to remember, this is a civil war, man. They know this Evil Reptilian is coming. So what if ES secretly has prepared something in store here just for this matchup? That's something that we're gonna see in due time, as we do see they are setting up their talents here, and I definitely wonder if they're going to be bringing, who rather is going to be bringing that tide turner here for this team, whether that's going to be the Psycho, whether it's going to be the Magician, or anything. But it does seem as if Evil Reptilian, for the side of ES, I mean, he's comfortable with this character. He is the third Evil Reptilian for the reason. and he's going to be selecting it despite it being the Sacred Heart Hospital.
Yeah, I mean, considering that Lunasomnia was the team that selected this map, they must be very confident with it to begin with. So I am not too surprised to see the Evil Reptilian. Like, did they select this map for a reason? Yeah, S'mores.
Agreed here, and we are going to see this area select going to be coming in play. Seems as if they're putting Psychologist in Ruins, and I was mentioning this prior to the stream, is that for ES, Ruins isn't really a place that he's fully scared of. He can just kind of jump through it. He's more scared of that hospital, if anything. And so we do see he is going to be spawning at the top left. So Psychologist very much in the vicinity to get chased. Lucas is also within range as well. And one thing to note, both of them have Tide Turner. So if one of them gets chased, the other one does have the Tide Turner. But after that second rescue, there's going to be no Tide.
Yeah, there's actually a total amount of free flower effects here. So they probably use the flower effect to like evade the damage, like the damage drop down fall, and also sort of like the to just gain more distance here. And they only have one borrowed time in the puppeteer, so let's see, would that work for them or against them in the end game?
Yep, and we're gonna be heading right into this match here. SOQ hoping to get an escape here. ES hoping to get the 4K and get that early lead. This is going to be the second half first round between Team LSN and Team SOQ.
Yep, we're Caster, Invisible, Joan, and S'mores, and we'll see you in a bit.
And we are going to be heading right into this match here. Once again, ES anti-Evil Reptilian here and going to make an immediate jump here. For some reason, I cannot see the Survivor traits for my game. Might want to pause that real quick as we're going to be moving towards here the shack. Not sure if we're going to continue this match here, but we do see that ES is already going to make the jump here to the Psychologist here, so he's going to immediately take a first hit from the side of Queen here. We are going to see here ES is doing Queen is going to be dropping the pallet here, and ES forced to break it. We don't know the trait, we don't know anything. I'm not sure why.
Yeah, I have no clue. I think a bug went on, but considering that this is, I think we just have to continue from this, but yeah. So this will be a good test on our commentary skills. Anyway, Psychologist now in half health. We still do not know what trait. We know that it is not Peepers because he did not drop it. So hold on, jump and catches Psychologist in weird area. Goes for the blink and down we goes. We do have no clue of the cipher progress, so we just have to assume that it's around like 50%, considering that blink did not get used.
Yeah, it does seem as if Magician is going to be heading towards the rescue here. And it does seem as if ES actually very much aware of where this Magician is, because he's running right towards his direction here.
Watch out!
He's going to go for the drop down hit. Does manage to get the hit on the, even though Magician used the wand here, luckily his skill is on cooldown, so ES unable to go for the down or double down just yet here. Unfortunately, Psychologist is going to take a hit here, but Tide Turner is going to be lasting for a bit. Now going for this Magician here, but that second watch, oh my goodness, what an amazing blink there from the side of ES here. And that's going to be a double down on their scenario, and the question is, does he know where the Psychologist is?
I think it's very likely though, because he remembers which direction the Psychologist went to, and it's not too hard to guess. So I cannot see the cipher progress ongoing, so probably it's still 2 ciphers at best, maybe 2.5. Yeah. Psychologist is gonna get.
Yeah,
it's two done. Psychologist is now going to get chaired, but considering that they need to also spend time to get the Antiquarian back up, they probably have to sacrifice and maybe send the Antiquarian in to sort of like field control or prop tinnitus for a bit.
Yeah, we do see here they're finally touching a Cypher here because they have been healing for a period of time. Not sure if that's a full heal at all. We'll see later, I guess. But we do see ES has made a switch here. So very aggressive from the side of ES. We do see he is seeing Anticore in here and seems as if he's going to be locking right onto this Survivor here. We are going to see tries to go for the jump there. I'm not really sure what that move was, but he is going to immediately take the hit here. So ES doing an amazing job bringing back the momentum. They are, I believe, still healing from the side of Survivors here. We are going to see going for the jump, and oh my god, ES had an absolute madman here. He gets his second down now.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the anti-current getting that flip there is like sort of that move. It would have worked if he just swiped there rather than doing a flip, because the distance she's going to gain from that would not be big to begin with. So now that the situation we're at is that there's only like 3 ciphers of progress at best, and 2 ciphers that are down progress, and they have no more tide turners in the game. So this is going to be very difficult for the survivors to try and even get a one-man out of the situation. Yeah, S'mores?
Yeah, they do manage to get the rescue here. That was actually getting very risky. ES with a very surprising missed jump there, but unfortunately that evil reptilian buff doing wonders for him. Tries to bait the swatch there, and we do see that he does manage to get a bit of time here, but this jump is going to be coming very soon here.
Watch
we
out!
are going to see that's going to be the case. Tries to go for the jump again, but just goes down once more, and we do see Evil Reptilian will be chairing this Survivor for the second time. They do manage to pop 1 Cypher there, so I believe it's maybe 2 Cyphers remaining at this point. As we do see the Warp actually coming into play. I believe that was Warp that he was holding.
I think it is. So Warp is going to come into play here. I mean, pretty much anything works over here. Magician this time. Oh! Able to hit the Magician. I don't think the Magician is able to rescue unless he's able to dodge the stomp with the Flower Effect. Use the Flower Effect to make sure it gets to the chair, but both of them get stomped down in one big swoop over there. Talk about buy one, get one free. So now the survivors are in a very bad position. It's like there's nothing much they can really do at this point.
Yeah, we do see here ES already heading towards the vicinity of the puppeteer. We do know that he's used Lewis a couple of times here. One more Lewis here to try and stall additional time. I do believe he's still holding Warp, so he hasn't used it just yet. But I mean, this does look like a very 4K scenario. Might consider warping there. I think he was just really holding it in general. And yeah, he is going to be downing this puppeteer. We do see now the Magician finally picks himself up, and Warp immediately gets used here as he's going to be trying to find a position.
Yeah, let's see how good his Tinnitus skills is. We do see the Magician hovering around the corner cipher, so Evil Reptilian just marching around, being chill here, like generally it is my game to control right now, but there is a slight chance of him not finding those, so let's see how good his skills are, because currently he just barely missed out that corner over there, not able to head over it, so he's confused of where the Magician is, and that means the Magician can sort of try to dig an item out of a chest to try and gain something out of that.
Yeah, I mean, they're playing the long game here. Not sure how far they are in this fleeting process, but I'd say not too far just yet. We do see he is near the vicinity of the puppeteer once again. Magician is going to be hiding here for a period of time. I believe that is all the way at the corner, actually. As now ES is going to be trying to find this Magician here. I believe he's just saving up for his jumps right now as he roams around the map checking Shack. Does seem as if he's having his eyes locked towards where the Magician was just a while ago. I'm not sure if he's going to see it here. Do we have the Bonbon eyes here for the Hunter? Let's see. Does not see the Magician just there. He's now made his way towards, I believe, Forest, and he's actually going to be staying in that corner.
Yeah, it seems to me is that I think Tinnitus did not prop for him the entire time. That's why he's so confused on what is going on in the game right now, and like where on earth the Magician went, and there's no way the Magician would reveal himself. So ES is completely lost right now. Like he does know where this one is. He does have no clue where the Magician went, and I mean he does have Warp, but because Tinnitus never appeared, so I assume the Magician dug out a syringe. So now he's stuck camping here. But if he camps this, he will eventually get escape through the dungeon though. So like I know the puppeteer has not been chaired at all, So if he gets Cherry Magician, still need to last for a bit. But yeah, like this is slowly but surely not looking good. It's gonna warp now. This time it's actually very close. So let's see. I think does have tinnitus this time around. Maybe. Hopefully?
Yeah, I believe he did get tinnitus here, and he's finally recognizing the Magician is within the vicinity. He's trying to find this Magician. He does get his eyes on the Magician, so Magician finally getting caught here from the side of ES here. That is going to be trying to bait the flywheel. Does manage to bait the flywheel right here. Puppeteer stood up and tried to decode the cipher here for the period of time. We do see that ES immediately making his way. The question is, can he see this Puppeteer here? Probably into Nidus range now. Oh my god, he's jumping towards this Puppeteer right now, tries to go for the drop down hit. Not sure if he actually took it, but we do see this is the last Lewis from the side of the survivors here.
Yeah, that's the last quarter amount of health. So I think the only issue potential changing point is that we do not know what was the Puppeteer's bleeding progress. If it was pretty high, then there was a chance there's a chance a Magician may be able to self-heal his way up. So let's see. Oh,
yeah, I believe that is a surrender coming from the side of SOQ. I can finally press a button on my screen. And I mean, this is going to be a 4K for Team Lumisomia. So despite the early stat back there from a Tricade from Panda, managed to still get the lead here in this first round.
Yeah, I think for me is that, like, did they SOQ clearly aware they may play against an evil reptilian? It's more of they did not really kite the best against it because Psychologist went down relatively fast. Maybe could have played around the ruins for a bit because even though Evil Reptilian can chase the ruins, there are still pallets to use over there rather than running out in the open. And also, like, we see that their running was like a straight line in general, did not try and juke around the storms because that's ideally how you want to deal with an Evil Reptilian. But anyways, with that being said, now ES getting that 4K means Lumisomnia is ahead 6-3, and now SOQ have to figure a way out past BO2. But yeah, we're gonna take a break and we'll see everyone after the break in the second round. See you in a bit, everyone.
The light refracted by the rainbow carries a captivating, almost intoxicating fragrance. In Rainbow Town, happiness is as simple as a glass of Iris's tears. It brings endless cheers, flawless love, and everything you could ever wish for. But such overwhelming pain, such wild despair, shouldn't be yours. The happiness offered to you is within reach. Will you still turn it away? The light refracted by the rainbow carries a captivating, almost intoxicating fragrance. In Rainbow Town, happiness is as simple as a glass of Iris's tears. It brings endless cheers, flawless love, and everything you could ever wish for. But such overwhelming pain, such wild despair, shouldn't be yours. The happiness offered to you is within reach. Will you still turn it away? The light refracted by the rainbow carries a captivating, almost intoxicating fragrance. In Rainbow Town, happiness is as simple as a glass of Iris's tears. It brings endless cheers, flawless love, and everything you could ever wish for. But such overwhelming pain, such wild despair, shouldn't be yours. The happiness offered to you is within reach. Will you still turn it away? The light refracted by the rainbow carries a captivating, almost intoxicating fragrance. In Rainbow Town, happiness is as simple as a glass of Iris's tears. It brings endless cheers, flawless love, and everything you could ever wish for. But such overwhelming pain, such wild despair, shouldn't be yours. The happiness offered to you is within reach. Will you still turn it away? The light refracted by the rainbow carries a captivating, almost intoxicating fragrance. In Rainbow Town, happiness is as simple as a glass of Iris's tears. It brings endless cheers, flawless love, and everything you could ever wish for. But such overwhelming pain, such wild despair, shouldn't be yours. The happiness offered to you is within reach. Will you still turn it away? The light refracted by the rainbow carries a captivating, almost intoxicating fragrance. In Rainbow Town, happiness is as simple as a glass of Iris's tears. It brings endless cheers, flawless love, and everything you could ever wish for. But such overwhelming pain, such wild despair, shouldn't be yours. The happiness offered to you is within reach. Will you still turn it away? The light refracted by the rainbow carries a captivating, almost intoxicating fragrance. In Rainbow Town, happiness is as simple as a glass of Iris's tears. It brings endless cheers, flawless love, and everything you could ever wish for. But such overwhelming pain, such wild despair, shouldn't be yours. The happiness offered to you is within reach. Will you still turn it away? The light refracted by the rainbow carries a captivating, almost intoxicating fragrance. In Rainbow Town, happiness is as simple as a glass of Iris's tears. It brings endless cheers, flawless love, and everything you could ever wish for. But such overwhelming pain, such wild despair, shouldn't be yours. The happiness offered to you is within reach. Will you still turn it away? The light refracted by the rainbow carries a captivating, almost intoxicating fragrance. In Rainbow Town, happiness is as simple as a glass of Iris's tears. It brings endless cheers, flawless love, and everything you could ever wish for. But such overwhelming pain, such wild despair, shouldn't be yours. The happiness offered to you is within reach.
Alright, so we're back. So, just to let everyone know, Luna Somnia did win the first round by a score of 6-3, which is quite a bit of a point lead though. So for SOQ, they're either looking for a 7-2 to reverse it back, or they can try and win the next 2 rounds to reverse the whole thing in the first place. So yeah, like we definitely see the Hunters shine off for the first round, but now we're moving to the second round, and ES does not have his signature Evil Reptilian in play, so let's see what else would we be possibly expecting from ES Luna Somnia's Hunter.
Yeah, and one thing to consider is this time around we're seeing Ever Sleeping Town, and in contrast to the Sacred Heart Hospital we saw in the first round, Ever Sleeping Town is much more of a hunter-sided map. So one thing to consider here is that we did see that the survivors were getting 4K'd and 3K'd in that first round, despite it being a hunter-sided map. So now that we're on Ever Sleeping Town here, I mean, things could get a lot stronger here for the hunters, especially with such a good map.
Yeah, I think I mean anything can happen here, but let's see, because this time the map has been chosen by SOQ, so we'll see what other tricks do they have up their sleeves. yeah, for ES or for Lunasomnia, they are in the lead here, so they can just play this slow, be chill, be like, we have nothing to be worried of, stuff like that. Enjoy our life, enjoy having fun. So, yeah, like, we are gonna lose Evil Reptilian, and there's other global bans. I do recall, if I recall correctly, ES did play Opera too. So, with that also getting removed, we'll have to see, because the thing with global bans is that it's really going to be a good tap on like a good test on what character pools they have. So Ted, you can begin.
Yeah, and one thing to consider, again, guys, this is a civil war because both of these teams come from the Samya Guild. So, one thing to very much consider between these two teams is the fact they kind of know each other. They kind of know what they're going to be playing. So, I do wonder who they're going to ban, because I think that's going to tell us a lot about these hunters and survivors. We did see in the first round, right, we saw the Embalmer and the Knight get banned, and especially Knight, a character that Kitty Seer, one of the players in this team, is very familiar with. So it makes a lot of sense they're kind of target banning in this tournament. So heading to the second round, Team SOQ has access to one hunter ban, and with Evil Reptilian out of the cards, I do wonder what they're going to be banning right into this match.
I mean, yeah, we'll definitely have to see though. Again, Civil War time. Literally, I'm just having fun, and I just purposely commentate for this because I'm like, nope, there's no way I am gonna be missing out on this. So,
Yep.
I got the global bans
as
wrong.
As a Samya player, no way I'm missing this Civil War, as we do see Priestess and Mechanic ban from the side of ES, and it seems as if they're going to be banning the Goatman. So respecting that meta choice that ES may potentially have here.
Yeah, that he may or may not have, I do not know. Maybe he does, and we don't know. Maybe, but I mean, ES has other meta potential here. As Ever Sleeping Town is also a map where Hunter does have like a higher potential in and all. But we are going to be seeing the Embalmer being selected alongside the First Officer, mainly because they realized that them not being able to like have the coffin last round to ensure one escape hurt for them. That's why they're gonna prioritize this in this round. Though this does see, so we'll have to see what else are we going to be expecting from ES, like what other characters you want to get rid of. But I believe that maybe we have some issues there, because yes, I believe the third ban has been voided.
Yeah, so the third ban has been voided here from ES, and he is gonna get the fourth ban, which seems to be the Knight, but definitely not what you want. I mean, you've given up one ban here, and that means an extra free option from the side of Team SOQ. They did pick up the Novelist as well there as their third, and it seems as if they're gonna be picking up the Acrobat as their fourth survivor. Speaking of Acrobat though, Hullabaloo is up for grabs here, Opera Singer and Ivy as well, but he could have some other surprise picks in this match.
Yeah, I mean, there's Opera Singer, there's Hullabaloo, there are the meta picks here. There's also the Breaking Wheel, because Breaking Wheel actually is back in this meta, considering that his like transform cooldown is much shorter, meaning he's more flexible and much more mobile than before. So we might even see the Breaking Wheel. What else came by the meta? Guard 26 came by the meta, even though it's not viable here because of the Embalmer. I'm just like, yeah, but first of all, because Kearney is a talent selection, I'll probably expect the Embalmer to bring like, Embalmer will probably bring a Suicide build, which is both the Flywheel effect and the Broken Windows. Novelist probably will have Flywheel effect to work with as well, because this team comp is pretty solid. They do have the Novelist as an assist, Acrobat the Kiter, and Embalmer as a utility though, but ES has a different choice here as opting for the Disciple. So I think this Disciple pick might be targeted towards the First Officer, because Officer is weak against it, and the thing is that Embalmer and Novelist does sort of can deal with the like Disciple in one way.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very interested with this choice because Anne is typically considered to be a TIE hunter, but over time we have seen some hunters step up and make winning chances with this Hunter. So we'll just boil down and see as to this match. But one thing to consider is that Embalmer is in this team composition. So it's obvious that for the side of Team SOQ, that Embalmer is going to be key to trying to get a tie here, trying to get some survivors out. And for the side of ES, playing a tie Hunter, I'm not really sure how much I like this from their end, but it may be a character that ES is a lot more comfortable with, and that's why he's going to be selecting it, as he is going to be spawning right beside this Embalmer and this first officer spawning here at the gate.
Yeah, so... but if we look at there are free flower effects, but flower effects does not work against the Disciple that well. And I think here the Disciple has a choice to either go for the Embalmer, like banking on get rid of the Embalmer fast first, or he can try and march his way towards the first officer and get rid of the Tide Turner first, either way. And I think the Embalmer in the corner house here may be stuck in a bad position because like he'll likely be spawning behind the 2-story where it's an empty ground, and he may have issues of trying to get his broken windows out early.
Yeah, so I do think ES has kind of read them by playing a character Anne, which is very much not susceptible to that flywheel. Wonder if he's gonna go for this Embalmer here, or maybe he'll consider another character to chase. But we are heading right into this match here. Team LSN with the lead, but not by much. Now it's SOQ's turn to maybe try and bring it back here up against ESS and with Embalmer, First Officer, Novelist, and Acrobat.
Yeah, so now we are going to be seeing here. I think the spawn selection from Team SOQ side may not be the best, because this is sort of a weird spawn where if the Embalmer transition out, he's bound to run into each other and have a traffic jam situation. As I feel like they probably could have sent someone spawn below the 2-story where they can potentially utilize the graveyard and all. So let's see what will ES's choice here. Oh, yep, gonna go for the Embalmer straight away, and it's already start shrinking the gap pretty much, because that's the issue here. And Embalmer actually gonna be like exiting the 2-story straight away, but ooh, got to watch out for the tram over there. So Embalmer exiting there, and actually is going to be harassing the ciphers, but ES does miss the first cat a bit. So this is going to give the Embalmer some room to kite around.
Yeah, so, Queen is going to be able to at least make the distance away from the coffin, but he's going to be taking a very early hit here, and I feel like he's going to try to go for the tram here. I'm not sure if I like that play, because the cat is very much ready here. He's going to go for the vault.
Ooh.
Does manage to get the vault here. I'm not sure if that's warp or blink. I believe that is in warp though, but Lockhart's actually going to be getting the down here, and this is actually really early, because yes, we do see 2 ciphers are at 50, but that Embalmer rotating towards the Acrobat Cypher does slow it down just a bit here. I'm wondering if they're going to coffin immediately, but decides that they don't want it. Still a bit too close from this coffin right now, and Lucas is going to be heading for the rescue.
Yeah, that was what I was talking about before the game, and First Officer had to watch out, because if he does not play this right, he might get guarded down. So, let's see, because he already got the cat over there, and the thing is that, let's see where the other cat is. Oh, the other cat is back though, so Leslie gets the stun and fortunately is able to pull off the rescue and evaded getting hit over there. So that's one good news amongst all that, is that the rescue was being pulled off, because if the First Officer goes down, this would have been a huge disaster. So let's see. And the other good news is that actually with the warp being forced out, now the Embalmer just had to dive further away from the chair, and the Hunter will have to waste a bit of time trying to get back to the coffin.
Yeah, and now he's going to be using that coffin almost immediately. And this is actually really good from the survivors. That got very risky there, but manages to still get the rescue right on time. Now we are going to see Embalmer is going to be using this corner house, which he hasn't used the entire time. Actually decides to rotate further away, so I'm not sure about this play. But we do see Novelist also within the vicinity, so I wonder if that support is going to come into play. We do see 2 ciphers are officially going to be remaining from the side of the survivors here, as we do see Lockhart's trying his best to stall additional time here.
Yeah, I feel like it would have been better if the Embalmer looped around the 2-story there, because now he's just kind of running out in the open with like not much resources and even getting hit by the tram like kids. That's why you always have to like check the red lights and to check if there are any like traffic situation before you cross the road. So yeah, with that the Embalmer is going to send back to the Manor, but they did manage to buy out quite some time with that play. But as I was saying, I felt like they could have bought even more time if they did not like just run out of the open like that.
Yeah, now ES trying to find the next survivor to chase here. He's seeing both Lucas and Kitty's here decoding the ciphers relatively close actually to each other. He's going to be locking in on this Acrobat though, and now Acrobat needs to be able to kite this as much as possible. Does miss that, yeah, it does seem as if that was actually a very interesting cross, but it worked out there in the end. And now Warp ready here. I wonder if ES is going to go for it here. It does seem as if he's hovering on it. Now he does go for the Warp, but Acrobat holding on to this bomb.
Oh!
He managed to miss the vault there, but fortunately enough, ES does not get the hit immediately, and now Cat is ready once again, so I do think it's going to be a down here.
Yeah, tried to fly effect, unfortunately not enough. So let's see how much is Lucas's cipher there though, because if he's the one in low progress, this might be a different story. But he is this is the cipher that's about to be primed, so this is going to be. Oh no! This is the one with lower progress. Then this is not looking good because the last two ciphers that they can touch are in the back, are like being locked over here. But the thing is that if he wastes too much time on this first officer, then the novelist can also pick up the one at the at the graveyard as well. So let's see how they play this one out.
Yeah, finally going for the chair here. Novelist is going to be pressuring this Hunter to potentially try and go for this, for Lucas here. Meowrold now going to be going for the rescue, and so gonna lock in on Lucas actually here, and we do see another missed cannon. That has been a very common theme here for the Hunter, but an amazing jump there to immediately make a bit of a comeback here. He is gonna be locking in on Lucas now, and we do see it goes for another jump, and unfortunately a poor pallet drop there from the side of Lucas there to get the down. Lucas is going to get shared here. Novelist within this vicinity, but at this point they are pushing both these ciphers, and he needs to make a decision soon. He has made the switch to teleport. Tram actually coming in clutch here for the survivors, because that's just added additional time from that cipher here, as we do see Meowroad is going to be within this vicinity, going to be switching to Kitty Seer now. We are going to see here, does manage to get the cat stun on the Acrobat, and does manage to get the down as well.
Yeah, but the issue with that though is that the first officer can get back to the cipher, and also like with two ciphers, the two ciphers here being prime is guaranteed. Though the issue we're seeing here is that the Acrobat had no borrowed time, so the correct play would be as soon as rescue the novelist, use metaphor to swap straight away. Like, yep, swap in an instant pop, not giving them any chance, which is the play here. So let's see. Unfortunately, no bombs are gonna be used over here though, so the Acrobat will be sent back to the Manor, and we'll have to see if the survivors, as there are two of them remaining, let's see, can they like play for like a one-man or something. But this will be a bit of question because the novelist is in the vicinity and the first officer has not even touched the gate just yet.
Yeah, officially touches the gate now, and he's actually not even gonna go to this novelist. He's making the switch immediately to this first officer, and as you've mentioned, this first officer is not that strong against the end. He does need to get a cat though, so that's going to be the big theme here. Does he manage to get a cat? Unfortunately, does not get the right prediction here. We are going to see Cross still available. Does he manage to get the hit instead there? So now first officer officially going to be going down. Wonder if he's going to go for the chair here, because this is, I believe, officer's second chair now, and we do see seems as if that's going to be the case.
Yeah, so we already see the novelist hanging around the dungeon area. So let's see, does ES know where dungeon is? Like, first of all, he already excludes the fake 11s, and now he knows that the novice is not at the other side. So teleports back as he thought novice was here, but nope, novice was at the other side. And now that as soon as he crosses the center and realizes the dungeon is not there, he definitely knows where the novice is. The question is, can the novice get out though? Because there's still like around 10 more seconds, and hold on, the cat is going over there, and actually this is a very watch out though. But actually misjumps that over there, so novelist trying to get metaphor. Still a flower effect to work with. He has to make this count, go for the flower effect, and is able to take the jump over there. So fortunately for them, the novelist is able to make the play needed to get like a one man, because if the novelist waited even longer, the cats would have been available to get him down.
Yeah, and so ES gets the 3K here, but as we did see a while ago, Panda got the 3K too, and we did see ES get the 4K. So a chance for SOQ to actually tie things up now, though they still need Panda to 4K here, so definitely a lot of pressure still on SOQ. However, considering that this is their map, considering that this is a hunter-sided map as well, I am very curious to see how this goes. But I mean, ES, that was looking like a tie scenario there. It was looking pretty rough because he was missing a bunch of cats as well, but he does manage to clutch it up here with a 3K.
Yeah, so 3K, like, first of all, that means that Panda must get a 3K next round, but I mean, they did get a one-man out, which was better than the first round. Considering that Panda did get a free man the first round, there is some room to work around with though, like, all hopes are not lost yet. So with that, let's take a quick break, and we'll see everyone after the break for the next round. See you in a bit, everyone. Wait, where is it?
The light refracted by the rainbow carries a captivating,
A mythical realm captured by the pen of a daring explorer. Like an eternal scroll buried deep within the golden sands. Quietly suspended at the edge of time. Clad in golden veils. Bathed in the gods' blessings. The feathers of Mott descend from the heavens. Weighing the sins of departed souls. The field of reeds sways with the breeze. Their ancient hymns echoing through the ages. Whispering of the endless cycle of life and immortality. A mythical realm captured by the pen of a daring explorer. Like an eternal scroll buried deep within the golden sands. Quietly suspended at the edge of time. Clad in golden veils. Bathed in the gods' blessings. The feathers of Mott descend from the heavens. Weighing the sins of departed souls. The field of reeds sways with the breeze. Their ancient hymns echoing through the ages. Whispering of the endless cycle of life and immortality.
Okay, we're back. So yeah, I'm unmuted. And anyways, so yeah, just moving on to the last round. Basically, it was like a 3-1, which pretty much means that now it's gonna be that all Lunasomnia needs is gonna be a tie in order to win this round. But this is Panda, and we know that Panda also got quite a number of 4-mans in like the preliminary rounds. So we definitely should not count SOQ out just yet because they do know each other. So Panda looking to get a 3 or 4-man the next round, and Lunasomnia looking to take a tie to hopefully end this in 2 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, for Team LSN, Team Lunasomnia, a chance now to maybe try and end the tournament here, or at least end the matchup between SOQ. And for SOQ, a chance to tie things up, or at least get the tie here. So definitely some pressure here on the side of Panda. But if there's anyone that can do it, it's none other than him. He has been on the stage before, even though it has been a survivor. So I feel like, you know, this is something that's within Panda's ballpark.
Yeah, Sotep, you can begin, by the way. So now that we're at it though, we'll have to see, because I mean we know Sotep, or not Sotep, bruh, I got confused with that. We know Panda mainly plays the meta, and we did see him flex the smiley face for like 2 seconds, so maybe that will happen, who knows. But yeah, let's head into the game straight away. So
we do see, yes, Seer and Mechanic is gonna get banned here from the side of Team LSN, as Opera Singer, they're gonna be banning the Opera Singer actually of Panda. Very interesting choice, letting that hullabaloo out, but this is something that we've seen a bit more commonly now in today's game, especially since all the other potential threats here, whether that's Ivy, hullabaloo, even the Cloud, they do get countered by Flywheel, so they're no longer scared of the Opera Singer perhaps, and can just bring Flywheel very safely here, as they are going to be going for the Gravekeeper and the Novelist.
Yeah, I think both of these picks, they are like, can potentially deal with the Hullabaloo, so this is a reason I reckon they got selected. So, no Acrobat though. I'm starting to think, because if it's a Hullabaloo, they won't go out of their lengths to ban the Acrobat, considering that Acrobat is not like a priority, and also there are like quite some substitutes for the Acrobat though. So I wonder what is Panda thinking behind this ban here of, wait, hold on. I thought the Pharaoh Lady for a split second. Ah well.
Yeah, we do see the Prisoner is going to be coming out of Team LSN, wanting to bolster that decoding after that Mechanic ban. And you're right, this Acrobat ban is very interesting because it doesn't really hint towards anything, but most of the meta hunters won't go through the lengths of banning this character, especially since there are other problematic characters. Aeroplanist does get banned as well, so that one's a bit more conventional here. I do wonder if this is going to be an Ivy from the side of Panda here, as he has banned 2 transitional characters already, but Female Dancer is going to be selected, so very interesting choice actually from the side of Team LSN. Female Dancer was not a character I was expecting, but maybe they're also accounting for other potential threats. I could see maybe a Breaking Wheel also come into play, hence why we saw the Gravekeeper, but definitely just a lot of potential options here.
Yeah, there's definitely the potential, but if it's a Breaking Wheel, I don't think they would ban the Mechanic. Like, if you ask me so far, maybe still the Hullabaloo, just because Hullabaloo, I mean, the Aeroplanist does hint something alongside the Mechanic, and like 3 of the 4 bans does make sense if it's a Hullabaloo. It's the Acrobat that we may need to consider it a bit, because yes, Acrobat can deal with the Hullabaloo early game, but I'm not sure if Hullabaloo would really like go out of their lengths to ban it. And if we look at this team comp from the survivors, it actually pretty solid and all. Like, Novelist can assist, Gravekeeper also deals with the Hullabaloo, and Female Dancer is a decent kiter. Like, I think it's solid, but in a sense, I do see it a bit fragile, because there is always the danger of Novelist getting chased, especially with excitement, but we are waiting for Panda. So far, he have not indicated towards us that, okay, Nyashi, I may as well as hand the stage over to you.
All that talk, and I was right. It is the Breaking Wheel here from the side of Panda, and it does make some sense here. I do think that after Female Dancer Gravekeeper was selected, I feel like, you know, LSN was very much expecting this breaking wheel pick. So the very question is as to why. I mean, this team composition isn't really the strongest against breaking wheel. However, definitely a lot of ways to deal with these sets of characters, especially as you mentioned, Novelist is kind of a liability if excitement is up for grabs, and Prisoner, especially if the Prisoner isn't aware of that breaking wheel matchup, could just turn into dust, and that's something that we've commonly seen with the breaking wheel pick, especially in smaller tournaments such as this. But now we do see all flywheels from the side of Team Lunasami, and that's what we mentioned after the Opera Singer ban. No, they're not really scared of not bringing that flywheel here, and that's kind of the advantage of banning that character nowadays, as we do see Prisoner is going to be spawning a bit close towards this graveyard side as well as the Novelist, while the female dancer is actually going to spawn here at the Fate Gate.
Yeah, so we'll have to see, because actually now that I think about it, literally the female dancer and Novelist can also deal with the breaking wheel one way or another. But another thing we note is that after the breaking wheel got buffed, it is actually his mobility have increased drastically, because his cooldown buff actually helped him massively though. So we'll have to see, like in this spot, the female dancer and Novelist can take the first kites both. For the female dancer, she can play around like the one pallet, one window, like one of the classic areas you deal with a wheel. Meanwhile, for the Novelist, he may be in a much rougher spot, because in his spot is more of an empty area, and he may have potential of getting spiked straight away.
Agreed, but now we're going to be heading right into this match for Panda. A win is the need here in order to still keep the tournament run alive, and for the survivors, 2 escapes or more is going to be enough. It's going to be breaking wheel up against the female dancer, Gravekeeper, Novelist, and the Prisoner.
Yep, so with that, this is your caster Invisible Joan and Yashi heading into the potentially the last match here, so we'll see you in a bit.
Alright, we're going to be heading right into this match here. Breaking wheel once again against Team LSN, as we are going to see Kishi is going to be immediately spotted here, but it seems as if he's had his eyes set at this Prisoner since the very beginning of this match here. That Asian Wolf is going to be within an area that's relatively good for him, at least to kite this breaking wheel. He is going to get immediately spiked here, so not the start you want here as the Prisoner, and a trap there. So that's going to be a very early hit here from the side of Panda.
Yeah, that was actually very good. Like, I feel like the Prisoner could have lasted if he dropped the pallet the moment sourced by the human form, because now the Prisoner will have a very hard time cutting this one out, which he cannot, and with that it's gonna get pessimistic and snap and get down like before the flower effect was even ready. So I feel like the Prisoner running out straight into the open like that was not exactly the best move there, because he ended up putting himself in a very bad spot that has no kiting areas whatsoever.
Yeah, and now we do see Gravekeeper also has wanted orders, so Panda can just, you know, pressure these ciphers, realizing that he can just see, you know, the Gravekeeper from the distance. We do see Gravekeeper's already into the shovel, and he is gonna finally go for the trap there, as we do see one spike on Asian Wolf. We do see Blink comes into play, not giving Asian Wolf a chance to try and rebound kite. Seems as if he's going to be dying here at the side of Corner House, and one issue for the survivors now, they are managing to pop these ciphers, but they still need to go for another rescue, and the problem is, while Prisoner does have Flywheel and a Stun to work with, they do not have Tide Turner in case they mess up here.
Yeah, they have no more Tide Turner, and considering that this breaking wheel, if it's like in full presence, it will be very hard for the Prisoner to kite this one out. And now, actually, Panda is completely in position to try and get a freer format, because let's see here. Wants to get the down, but maybe like now that he knows he cannot get the down, maybe he's I was about to say it's better for him to get the snap first and then instant go back, because the risk behind playing like this is that now there's a possibility he cannot locate where the Prisoner is. So let's see, can he locate where the prisoner is, or is the plan to switch chairs entirely? It seems like the latter is the case here, as the female dancer will be going down now, and because there is wanted order, if the prisoner got spotted up by the wanted order, then this would be bad.
And that exactly is the case here, so prisoner is going to get immediately caught here. That's not what you want here for this team, as we are going to see prisoner is dead on chair. And one thing to note, the cipher in middle is actually very much almost done, and they kind of need to decode it. They do manage to get the rescue. That Asian Wolf doing a good job, but he's wasted flywheel very early on, so not the start you want. Going back to Kishi here, so he's playing the very long game. I'm not sure if I am a big fan of that. Flywheel does come into play, misses the trap, but by barely. One more trap to use here. However, we are seeing an immediate metaphor from Kishi to try and make some distance.
Yeah, not sure, because he cut down the prisoner right there and then if he just focused on it. And now, how is he gonna find the prisoner, or even anyone? Or is he just trying to like gamble or like bank on the fact that he's able to get everyone down instantly? Because now this is the Gravekeeper. Like you cannot deal with a Gravekeeper.
We are going to see Gravekeeper now immediately heading into the shovel there, but now he's finally maybe seen both Cosmos and that Asian Wolf here, but this elevation is going to cause some issues here for Panda. Manages to get the pallet drop right on time here, but female dancer no place to go. One more trap here to try and stall, and he does manage to get the down now on this Cosmos. I think they're finally going to get the heal though on this prisoner, so that is going to be a chair here. Prisoner now at wanted order, and Ame, huge task to do. He does have one more shovel to use to try and rest Cosmos, but look at this. The cipher at middle is actually getting decoded using that prisoner connection, but now he's actually made the switch to that Asian Wolf, and he needs to kite as long as he possibly could.
Yeah, oh, let's see, free spikes, trap. Yeah, I think the common thing is that for Lunasomnia's survivors is that they are not being cautious enough for the traps, as we see them frequently eat a lot of traps in a row. So now this is not looking good, because prisoner gonna send back to the manor, female dancer is dead on chair, and the breaking has a rough idea on where the female dancer is, and like multiple people having been chair. Gravekeeper cannot go down here because he's just gonna snap out of it, and with that, oh, misses the swing though. Oh, still gonna go down, and now no one can pull off the rescue. The last cipher is 60%, and I think here the breaking wheel is gonna play the long game here and just gonna go here and go there and make sure no one can decode.
Yeah, and we do know for a fact Cosmos, I believe, is at his last chair as well. So I do wonder, are they going to be trying to go for the decode here? Are they going to try to go for the heal? We do see an amazing trap there from the side of Panda, but unfortunately unable to capitalize it. One more trap to use. Manages to use the flywheel here. Kishi going to be decoding the cipher instead, but I think he's going to make the switch right onto Kishi here. So playing the aggressive game here, knowing for a fact that Gravekeeper's healing is incredibly slow with that Keepers here, does not get the spike actually, so Kishi trying to stall a bit more time, but I mean that down is going to be huge here from the side of Panda, and Cosmos trying to decode the cipher, but I don't know if it's going to be able to do it just in time.
Yeah, I don't know too. Definitely they're playing the long game here though, but it seems that Panda does not know where did the Cosmos went to, so hold on, but Cosmos coming back and may run directly straight into, and the thing is that Cosmos able to evade it. Nope. Yeah, no flower effect will be eliminated, and with that, this does guarantee the second elimination, and all Panda needs is to get one more. And the thing is that even if like that cipher is gonna get popped, which is very likely, this is going to ensure, most likely, hold on, let's see, gonna rush it. Is it able to? Yeah, it's able to get the rush, but it's gonna get snapped. Oh, there's no detention, so yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is, Gravekeeper doesn't actually have self-heal, but now he's going to be making the switch to Kishi, who does. So now Kishi needs to stall additional time. He's finally gotten the second metaphor here, so he's going to be trying to maybe get that metaphor stun. Unfortunately, unable to do just that, and now he's going to put the Peeper on the Novelist, and now they're going to try to play the long game here.
I mean, you said it yourself. Gravekeeper has no like exit path remaining, so this does work though, but we'll have to see how long does Panda, but Panda's able to like catch the Gravekeeper red-handed, and Gravekeeper already has no more shovels, so unless the Gravekeeper can dodge multiple traps here, this would be it, because yes, Gravekeeper down, no more self-heal, and Novelist does have self-heal, but even if the Novelist gets up, how are you going to kite till the Gravekeeper bleeds out? This is like going to be highly difficult, so I think this would be game here, Nyashi.
Yeah, and if he gets the 4K here, which is very much likely, that's going to be evening the score here for both LSN and SOQ. So, I mean, this is going to be huge here. We are going to see Panda just trying to get a second spike, doesn't want his, spikes to get flywheeled here. Gonna try to go for the spike here, trying to bait the flywheel still. We are seeing, does manage to get the flywheel off, but I mean, that's not the spike, or that's not this. Oh, he does actually get the he does manage to cancel the snap there using the metaphor, so good stuff here from Kishi. Fortunately, it's just delaying the inevitable here, as he is going to be going down very soon. Second metaphor, actually, from the side of Kishi, so he's trying to stall for as long as possible, but 10 more seconds until that snap is very much ready to go here. A Novelist trying to stall additional time, does manage to get the fall. 1 more second, that's going to be a snap and a down, and that's going to be a 4K here from the side of Panda. Good stuff from Kishi. Unfortunately, that was never going to be enough there, as they do not have self-heal now. Am is actually at basement here, so that's kind of funny, but I don't think they're going to get the 4K here.
I mean, both survivors do not have self-heal, and Panda already knows that the dungeon is at the Afu corner, so literally all he has to do is to just stand guard at the dungeon.
Yeah, and now he does see the Gravekeeper, which was at the basement. Probably going to trade a Novelist, but decides to go for the surrender. That's going to be 4K from the side of SOQ, and they've managed to climb it back up, as now they get a win of their own, and all the scores are tied as well.
Yeah, like everything is back into square one now, as we're going to be heading into BO3 with neither team having a lead on any. And honestly, it was just amazing to see how well the breaking wheel was. The first down was fast because the prisoner ran out in the open and brought himself in a very bad position, despite him being like the best kiter and all. No, the best decoder and all. And second of all is that we can see that the traps were very accurate, because we see that he didn't really aim that much and he already got hit on the traps, a lot of traps, which for team LSN they didn't really like dodge it that well. So it was another thing to add on top of it. And just overall, I feel like because Breaking Wheel's ability to snowball is very high, so as soon as the start occurred, it's almost like a seal to their fate.
Agreed, and now for both teams here, a chance to try and get the final bid here at the third round. We may even see an overtime, but we'll be going shortly on a break here, as both teams tied up heading into this third round.
Yep, we'll see everyone in a bit.
A mythical realm captured by the pen of a daring explorer. Like an eternal scroll buried deep within the golden sands. Quietly suspended at the edge of time. Clad in golden veils. Bathed in the gods' blessings. The feathers of Mott descend from the heavens, weighing the sins of departed souls. The field of reeds sways with the breeze. Their ancient hymns echoing through the ages. Whispering of the endless cycle of life and immortality. A mythical realm captured by the pen of a daring explorer. Like an eternal scroll buried deep within the golden sands. Quietly suspended at the edge of time. Clad in golden veils. Bathed in the gods' blessings. The feathers of Mott descend from the heavens. Weighing the sins of departed souls. The field of reeds sways with the breeze. Their ancient hymns echoing through the ages. Whispering of the endless cycle of life and immortality. A mythical realm captured by the pen of a daring explorer. Like an eternal scroll buried deep within the golden sands. Quietly suspended at the edge of time. Clad in golden veils. Bathed in the gods' blessings. The feathers of Mott descend from the heavens. Weighing the sins of departed souls. The field of reeds sways with the breeze. Their ancient hymns echoing through the ages. Whispering of the endless cycle of life and immortality. A mythical realm captured by the pen of a daring explorer. Like an eternal scroll buried deep within the golden sands. Quietly suspended at the edge of time. Clad in golden veils. Bathed in the gods' blessings. The feathers of Mott descend from the heavens. Weighing the sins of departed souls. The field of reeds sways with the breeze. Their ancient hymns echoing through the ages. Whispering of the endless cycle of life and immortality. A mythical realm captured by the pen of a daring explorer. Like an eternal scroll buried deep within the golden sands. Quietly suspended at the edge of time. Clad in golden veils. Bathed in the gods' blessings. The feathers of Mott descend from the heavens, weighing the sins of departed souls. The field of reeds sways with the breeze. Their ancient hymns echoing through the ages. Whispering of the endless cycle of life and immortality. A mythical realm captured by the pen of a daring explorer. Like an eternal scroll buried deep within the golden sands. Quietly suspended at the edge of time. Clad in golden veils. Bathed in the gods' blessings. The feathers of Mott descend from the heavens, weighing the sins of departed souls. The field of reeds sways with the breeze. Their ancient hymns echoing through the ages. Whispering of the endless cycle of life and immortality.
Oh bruh, I forgot to unmute. Anyways, yeah, just a quick disclaimer before everything is that first of all, S'mores had to go for like one game. He did say he would try to make it back for the second half. So I guess I'll be on my own for the first half for now. And second of all is like everything is all tied up currently. The scores are completely the same. Basically, the first two rounds are voided, and now it's like the third round and the global bans that would differentiate the difference right now. yeah, like the global the global bans would different. The third round would differentiate the difference right now. So basically, we'll have to see though, because Because like the momentum is more on Luna on like SOQ side, considering that they were falling behind the first round, but Panda's 4K brought them back in. So yeah, so you can begin. So I think the question now is, now what? Because now we're going to be heading into the global ban, as there are a bit of a swap from Lunasomnia's side. And we've already lost Breaking Wheel and Goatman to the global bans as well. So let's see. Oh, this time Panda's gonna ban the Priestess and the Mechanic. But I think there are 2 potential bans from the Hunter. I assume that they'll ban both the Opera Singer and also the Hula Baloo, because those are still meta Hunters and all. And Opera Singer is almost a must, seeing that Opera Singer is like very strong at Chinatown. So yeah, Opera Singer and Smiley Face. I guess they remembered that one time that Panda flashed out the Smiley Face at the first game, and also the fact that Smiley Face is very strong at Chinatown. That's why they got rid of it. So now we're going to be seeing let's see. Oh yeah, Siren and Bomber just bring all. I think for Team Lunasomnia, they're just bringing out all the big guns here. They're just pulling everything, throwing every trick they have out of their like sleeve and hope that it works and all. And I mean, Siren and Bomber does make sense in the end, considering that it's more tanky and all. But they do definitely will want some kiters, because if they're just opting for this, they are facing the risk of this being like a bit fragile. Oh no, Meteorologist. So they do not like healers. I'm trying to think. Like, I know Dream Witch and Hermit does not like healers, so that's why they pick Psychologist. But this is what I was trying to say, is that if you're gonna pick like this team comp, yes, they're very tanky, but at the same time they're fragile against other, like, you could potentially pull a Wax Artist too, maybe. Oh, the Knight is gonna be the last one, so this team comp is heavily reliant on the Knight, if you ask me. Like, yeah, like, the thing with this team comp, the potential issue with this team comp is that it's pretty fragile, because they're kiting up. Yes, they're tanky, but they're fragile at the same time, because they're literally reliant on their raw kiting skills, because they don't have much items to utilize on. So yeah, let's see, they do have the Embalmer and all, but again, as I said, I'm highly concerned with this team comp. Alright, so we do have the spawns. I assume they definitely have to bring 1 or 2 ties. Maybe the plan for Lunasomnia is that they want to play for a 1-man and hopes on ES can get the job done. So yes, Panda here is going to be selecting the what's the Hula Baloo here, as Panda is leaning towards like more of meta picks and all. Oh, what? Hold on, it's not the Hula Baloo. It turns out to be another hunter that also starts with an H, and it's going to be the Hermit. So Hermit against this, huh? I mean, Hermit? I mean, yeah, considering that this team comp is only tanky, but has no kiting areas, it does work, but there is Psychologist in this team comp, and Psychologist counters the Hermit with her extra empathy. So we have to see though, because I feel like Hermit, as I was talking before, is a very like high risk, high rewarded character. High risk, high rewarded character. So yeah, like I do see a 4K potential, but Hermit actually I've seen like multiple top players talked that Hermit is not the strongest in this meta. Like, Hermit is weak in this meta, they say, because there are too many harassers and all, so we'll have to see. But there are actually free fly effects, and fly effects does work against the Hermit. Yeah, like, I think for Hermit, maybe he can chase the Psychologist first, like get the like hardest thing out of the hardest thing, or the thing with the biggest issue out of the way first, maybe. Like, that's a potential solution I see. Because the Knight, Hermit early game to chase the Knight would be very, very difficult if you ask me. Alright, so we're gonna be heading into the game with your caster Invisible Joan alone, because Nyashi shakes my head in disapproval. Alright, so let's see. Gonna start connect the ciphers, and then you know, just wandering around doing Hermit stuff, and going to look for getting some charges. Wait. Oh, so it is going to be the Psychologist, but the Psychologist is actually hovering around the 2-story because the Psychologist knew that she would be in danger. Oh, did get a blue charge onto her, so yeah, I mean, it's better to chase Psychologist first, but one thing to note is that the survivors, because they're all afraid of being first chased, they all scattered apart early game. This means that the cipher progress would be slightly slower. As you can see, the ciphers only have begun now. And now that they can swap, let's see, would they have the Psychologist tank the whole hit, or would they have someone to try and tank for them? Because we do not know. So, oh, like, the Psychologist does take the first hit alone. I really feel that it would have been better if they had the Psychologist, had at least one survivor share damage, let alone the Seer could have considered using it out to spectate. Because the Seer, the Seer did not actually do it. Oh, it's actually going to take a Terror Shock over there. So this is actually a massive, massive error done over by Team Lunason, like, from Choco here. Because the thing is that you do not take a Terror Shock, and let alone they had the Seers out. Psychologist could have taken another hit. And also, they could have shared the damage. There was literally, like, so many more things they could have done that they did not do, and that just led into a massive disaster. Because, again, the Hermit, you do not want to go down fast under any circumstance. And now this this Embalmer might even get dropped down attack here. Like, he is able to pull the rescue off still, but that's like 1 damage left, and now that he got the blue charge, I was about to say, now they got the blue charge, he could have got the hit on the Psychologist first, but... And the Seer's Owl even came in late! Like, literally for Lunasomnia, everything is toppling on top of them. Psychologist messed up, Embalmer messed up, Seer messed up, literally multiple survivors all messed up right now, that this is going to be very, very bad, that I don't see the survivors even having a room for even a one-man escape, let alone anything. Yeah, I don't even see how the survivors get one man from this, because this is only 2 ciphers being decoded in total. And Bomber is on the ground. And this is a Hermit, the ciphers are slower to begin with. Yeah, Knight is gonna pull off the rescue here. And oh, and even fails the fly effect as well. Everything on top of them, let's see. Goes for the teleport here. And oh, holds the miracle ability, looking to try and get a blue charge, yup. And this time they do have multiple TP with tanking, but as I said, this is just really a slow death. Oh, but fortunately, the Hermit does miss, like Panda did miss this teleport, so this is going to give the Psychologist like some sort of like kiting areas. So let's see, Psychologist starts looping here, hoping to drag for more time, as this is the time that they desperately need right now. Psychologist still able to last for long and have people also tank one hit, so failed the flywheel. But anyways, like even though if the Psychologist is able to last here, the thing is that all the survivors right now in the game are like very dangerous in terms of health, that they had to look to set up and like heal each other, or else this would be like a disaster. And oh, the teleport's called Attachment, by the way. Alright. Warp is gonna go and play here. Hermit just gonna wandering around looking to find able to spot both of them, but currently Hermit does not have Attachment to use just yet, so yep. It's gonna be going after the Seer, because the Seer is the one on the whiteboard, and Bomber has Coffin, Knight has Tactical Foresight. It's only the Seer, so that's why we see the Embalmer is already starting to transfer the Coffin to the Seer, as the Seer's gonna go down now. And the Seer does have a Coffin, so this doesn't mean that no one has to go and rescue, but the issue behind this is that the ciphers are beyond enough, because if we look at the cipher progress, it's only like I think they're missing still around near like 1.5 ciphers. And it seems the Hermit here is gonna ignore the Seer and gonna go straight for the Embalmer, knowing that the Embalmer's in whiteboard. The Embalmer will be going down one hit, and I do not know why the Knight did not swap there, because the Knight could have evaded this damage entirely. And let's see though, the cipher progress, they're still missing one whole cipher in terms of total progress. And this is the Hermit, I remind you, that has slower, that's slower. Like now, like yeah, I don't see how they're going to even go play for a one man from this. So really, like, I feel like the format of this game seems inevitable at this point. Because Embalmer being down in the basement, no one can even go to rescue, and even if they have the Seer safely decode outside, there's no way would he able to be decode that much, and the Knight is also gonna get spot out over here as well, so yep, Knight gonna go down here, and he knows that the Seer touches Cypher though, so anyway, so let's see though, the Embalmer just wandering around, like, you know, just trying to bleed out and all, but Panda definitely had an idea, and now with Tinnitus, he probably knows the approximate direction, though, and I think the blood trails are gonna appear soon. Yup, blood trails, Hermit, Attachment, and they're gonna hold the Miracle. Seer. Oh, he does end up, he just did miss one of the miracles though, but he still has Attachment to you, so Seer going to go down, and let's see if the Knight gonna self-heal. Okay, I guess he wants to gamble, hope that Panda does not find it, but Panda already remembers in which direction. Look, he's just using conversion, swapping around. He knows that he has this game, because with 3 ciphers remaining, there's literally like, just like so many things that, oh, Tactical Foresight, yeah, Knight here just you know, trying to delay for more time, but he cannot delay enough time for the Seer to either bleed out or like self-heal back up. Yeah, Hermit's gonna go down. Now Seer, warp, and actually warps on top of the Seer. That is some amazing game sense from Panda. Oh, and amazing, he actually uses Miracle during Attachment. And, okay, gonna chair, the survivor's gonna surrender, so with that, this will be a 4-man elimination. it's just amazing, like amazing performance from Panda. And I think from the survivors, I cannot even pinpoint one error because it was literally multiple errors from the psychologist terror weird kind of route to terror shock, Sears late out, and Bomber taking a drop down hit to Knight not swapping in time, and the survivors all not swapping in time. It was just that multiple errors from the survivors' end. So honestly, it was really just massive error on the survivors that was too much to come back from, as they had 3 underkilled ciphers. So now ES will have to return the format elimination, which will be highly difficult. But yeah, we're gonna head into a quick pause and we'll see everyone after the break. See you in a bit.
Now watch closely. I'm about to show you the greatest escape back to the world's ever seen. I'm chained by the shackles of my own mind. Struggling to break free. I must find the key. Now watch closely. I'm about to show you the greatest escape back to the world's ever seen. I'm chained by the shackles of my own mind. Struggling to break free. I must find the key. Now watch closely. I'm about to show you the greatest escape back to the world's ever seen.
Alright, we're back. So I did good news is that I did manage to drag S'mores out from the dead to come back to do this match. And yeah, so basically, in plain words, ES needs a 4K to drag this to overtime.
Yeah, and I mean, this Civil War seems to be coming to a close, but if ES gets that 4K, we're gonna see an extra round here, so definitely a lot of pressure now. Seems as if the roles have been reversed. A while ago, we saw the Team LSN had a chance to officially end it if ES got that, or sorry, if the Survivors got a tie. But now we're going on a complete 180.
Get online.
Now ES has to 4K. Yep, I'm heading online. Give me a sec.
Yeah, so I mean, the thing is that I'm wondering if ES is running out of hunters a bit, because we did see his disciple got a one-man escape and he did not pull the more meta hunters. Maybe he's running out, or maybe he does have something up their sleeve yet. Who knows? As we are gonna be still waiting. We're gonna be still waiting for Nyashi to get on.
Yeah. I'm online. So there we go. Thank you so much.
All right. Yeah. Now that Nyashi is in, so Ted, you can begin.
Yeah, but at least good news for ES here. With Embalmer at global bans, that's one less character to worry about that could give them strong tie conditions. But Painter's still available here, so is Wildling if they want to go in that extent of trying to play for the tie. They could also go with just a strong decoding composition if they think ES isn't going to play a character like Breaking Wheel, which does seem to be the case because Psychologist Priestess not really screaming Breaking Wheel for me. It does seem as if this hunter is a bit scared of those tank hitters as well as just some support in general.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what it is, because if it's an opera singer, like this does not even scream opera singer to me too. May scream a little bit of the shadow, but like this just a little bit though, so we are gonna be seeing Ghostman gonna get banned, and Smiley Face. I mean, the band does not exactly scream Smiley Face, but I guess they just don't want any surprises, especially because Smiley Face is back in the meta in Chinatown, and also the fact that they want no surprises. Smiley Face is very strong in Chinatown.
Yeah, I guess they're anticipating the Smiley Face here from the side of the Survivors. As Prisoner Coordinator, two relatively decent picks getting selected here from the side of the Survivors. Seems as if they really want to go with a generally decent composition. ES now with a third ban here, and he's gonna hold it onto the Gravekeeper. So banning the Gravekeeper, we do know for a fact first officers off the hook as well, so taking out those rescuers. And so I do wonder if Hullabaloo is a potential character here, because I mean Wildling is not going to have a good matchup against us, and so Mercenary not that great either, but Seer's going to be selected first for the Survivors.
Yeah, I mean in the end they do want to tank themselves back up, but just one thing they have to note is that if they tank themselves back up with no kiters, this might not end well against hunters that are good against Alright, now she can talk for a bit.
Alright, as I was saying, I do think it's just interesting. He's banning these rescuers, but now Knight is gonna come out, and the question is, what is he gonna play? I mean, I can see Bon maybe if he was scared of those rescuers, but Gravekeeper feels less of a threat than Knight, who can just kind of cancel you from using those bombs. Seems like they're gonna actually lock in the Gardener instead though, so deciding to go for a comp that's faster in decoding. Wonder if Bonbon's gonna be of use here, but then again, do you want a 4K and Bonbon while it has become a meta character and can get that 4K if you play it really well? That's kind of the key word though, play it really well. You need to be getting that early down in order to pressure the Survivors to rescue, and that's kind of the issue for ES. He needs to get that early chase. There's still an access here. Yep. Oh, there we go. Jong is back, so Jong?
Yeah, so actually you were talking about the Bonbon, and the Coordinator's Flare Gun can deal with the Bonbon one way or another. But I mean, Bonbon is now much viable in trying to get 3 to 4 men, because with with the fact that the remote bomb can detonate and accelerate the chair time on a survivor off a chair, like this would be a massive difference. So we'll see, because we can definitely agree that it's more of a camping hunter based on the character he got rid of, and also maybe one that does not have fast moving abilities, but it's actually going to be a hermit of ES's own here. So I think hermit, like ES here, seems to want to replicate what Panda did, and this team comp also not too well against the hermit though, because it's also like relatively fragile with not too many like decent kiters in its own.
Yeah, but look at the traits here from the side of the survivors. No one brought borrowed time. I'm not sure if that will bite them back later on. And that means 3 of the survivors actually brought flywheels. So I feel like for ES, this could be a bit difficult to deal with the flywheel, especially if he's not proficient with this hermit. But considering that he needs a 4K, I'm guessing he's a bit confident with this pick. And anyways, hermit is that do or die character in most cases.
Yep, so let's see what's gonna happen here.
Yeah, and I mean, just looking at the spawns here, we do see that he did spawn right beside this coordinator or Seer. I do think he could chase both here. I think Seer might be more likely, but thing with that Seer Hermit matchup is last game we kind of saw Seer not really get used that well, but one thing is like, because the Seer can take so much hits here because of how Hermit works, that's just more opportunity to try and farm as much owls as possible.
Yeah.
So for Kitty Seer, who I guess the name kind of comes in its own, considering that the
Kitty
fact that they
Seer.
also play Seer here, yeah.
Her name,
I think that's
the name possibly suggested. Yeah, actually, like first of all, as you acknowledge, I love the fact that they have 3 broken windows and flywheel effects. They literally have like "I want to survive" written on their faces. So let's see, would that work with them, or would that come back to haunt them? Now, as we are going to be head into the game with potentially the last match with your caster, Invisible Joan and S'mores, which may or may not be the last game.
Yeah, a chance for SOQ to officially end things here. This Civil War is about to be huge. And for Luna Samia, 4K is a must in order to move on or continue this matchup, as we are going to see Hermit going to be immediately connecting these ciphers here. So the question is, who is he going to be first chasing? Actually, relatively slow there.
We'll have to see though. It really depends, and I think also is a question of how well does the survivor distribute damage, because last game the survivors did not distribute damage well at all. Maybe this game will see something different entirely. So he's gonna chase after the player called Kitty Seer, who's playing, surprise surprise, Seer, but he does end up running the hunter's face and actually got mind game tricked over there. So that is actually quite of an error on Seer's side, getting herself into chasing range relatively fast into the game.
Yeah, we do have an owl to use here for Seer, and he's immediately going to be using this. I mean, Hunter's skill there was on cooldown still, so I'm not sure if that was too early of an owl. We are going to see tries to go for the stun. He does manage to get it, and so that's going to be 1 hit on Kitty Seer here. Far to use here, so he's probably going to go for it and try to block this pallet on this side. Now, we do see Kitty Seer flywheel to use. We do manage to bait it here as a hunter, and so that's going to be 1 down. We do see 1 cipher is about to pop. I think it's one of the ciphers that was not connected, but regardless, still a good down here. Unfortunately for ES, unlike what happened with Panda, he does not get basement.
Yeah, but this is actually a very fast down that we're talking about though, because the Seer ended up, due to that error on the Seer, he ended up putting himself in a dangerous position. And honestly, just look at the survivors, all 3 of them are in the face. Like, I think there's another massive miscommunication on who does what, because no one is even trying to get close towards the Seer at that point of time, this hit just ends up happening like left-handed.
Yeah, and I mean, I love the aggression here from ES, recognizing that he needs to play aggressive if he wants a chance to win. He's now looking at these ciphers here as he's going to be making a new form of connection here. Prisoner does have the blue blue charge here, and he isn't able to switch for another 30 seconds. Gun comes in here for Lucas. He's going to be going for that rescue, and that's going to be one free rescue here. As now Kitty Seer, the chance to maybe try and go for the rebound. It is 12-9 after all. He is going to take a blue charge, and I do wonder if he's going to get the first presence. Barely misses, and unfortunately, since it's not yet max presence, ES has to wait for a bit more few seconds here to try and get the down on Kitty Seer.
Yeah, so let's see. It's able to get the stun here, but let's see. Just gonna mind in a very narrow core. Kitty Seer trying to make up for the lost time here. Actually, did a very good job mind gaming around and just playing around this single short pallet. Is finally able to get the stun and the hit, but because of the sheer damage, he's still well alive and all, and the Seer can kite out for a bit. But the survivor may have to consider when they want to like heal each other back up, or else this might be in a dangerous position later on.
Yeah, tries to go for the second warp here. So Kitty Seer doing an amazing job trying to get the down. We do see we are going to get another hit on this here, but he's going to be able to tank another damage now using this first presence here to try and get Kitty Seer. Actually, doesn't get the jump on Kitty Seer, but he does get the red connection here and tries to go for the fly. Unfortunately, that's going to be a down here. So good stuff from Kitty Seer. Unfortunately, that's going to be the end. But good news for the survivors. Look at this. They're resetting. This is something that we didn't see in that first game here because the survivors just not able to reset in that first game. So now they're getting this reset. So everyone's going to get healed up. And this situation is looking a lot brighter than we did in that last match.
Yeah, it was because of the fact that the Seer lasted out for a very significant amount of time as the Coordinator Flare Gun gave the room that the Seer need. So, yeah, so now there's definitely a chance for them to play for a one-man because currently no one is in danger of being go down. So goes for the attachment here. It goes towards, wait, who's that? I think that's a core over there, but opts to turn towards the Gardener instead, who is the one with Ty Turner. But currently Gardener is high in health, and with the Coordinator to share, she's in no danger of getting down fast just yet.
Yeah, gonna take one hit now, and we are gonna see Prisoner. I've been very surprised because I feel like Prisoner keeps on consistently changing, so he's almost always on cooldown. We do see puts the blue on this Gardener now. We are going to see that bubble coming into play. Now, a stun here from ES, and I believe bubble will be running out, so he's going to be able to take the hit. One more hit here before Gardener goes down. Look at the ciphers, though. It is going to be just one cipher remaining very soon after the cipher pop. So we are going to see Gardener does take a red hit here, and so now one more stun here for the Hunter. That's going to be a down.
Yeah, but the Gardener is definitely lasting this one out, though. It's going to go down here, and let's see what's the plan of Survivor, because no one in this team have borrowed time. I believe what they're going to do is to just like pop straight away, but they're probably going to have someone here to prop Tinnitus, and for ES I think the correct play is to ignore and go straight for the Cypher, which is exactly what's going to happen here, as now it's going to be up to the Prisoner to take the kite here, but because they swapped, and all the Prisoner will be going down straight away.
Yeah, so ES, I mean, this situation is looking a bit frisky, but still a chance to make a comeback here, as we do see Lockhart and Lucas now staying within the vicinity. Wonder if when he's going to be disconnecting those ciphers here, doesn't want to get this Coordinator before he does, and he does manage to get the stun. Unfortunately, no hit just yet, and that's going to be one hit now.
Attachment.
Is going to be able to use the first presence real quick here to make that distance, and this is looking actually really bad for the survivors because Lucas unable to get the rescue.
Yeah, because the thing is that they lasted for a bit, but it's not long enough, and the survivor being fragile and coming back to haunt them. Though the thing though is that he still has to be carefully consider what his choices. So chair or no chair, because chair or no chair are both dangerous here. So he has to make his choices very, very carefully here, as opts not to chair. But if not chair, you have to remember that the cipher at the back is very, very high in progress. It's like very high in progress. So here he's just gonna march around looking, just like trying to look for where the Gardener is. Meanwhile, the Gardener will probably be trying to loop closer towards where the last cipher is, seeing that Hermit Warp is still on cooldown.
Yeah, looking at these ciphers here, he's trying to see where Lockhart's could be. He did use a locker here, so I wonder if that's going to be enough information for ES to recognize that there has been Lockhart's went to locker. I do wonder if he knows the locker spawns in this map here. He was gonna touch a Cypher, but recognizes that they have officially connected here, so unable to touch it just yet. Lockhart's now trying to hide away from the Hunter while he's still roaming around. And we did see last match ES struggled to find that Survivor. He did touch that Cypher, so I do wonder if ES recognizes that Cypher may be on the other side, but no, he's going to use the warp to go to this two-story here, and unfortunately doesn't realize that that's not actually the Cypher. That Gardener touch goes back, and now I think he's finally figured out that Queen is definitely within this vicinity.
Yeah, I mean, he did figure it out. It's out now, and what the survivors can do are limited, as the core will be self-heal. I thought the plan would be for the core to like bleed out even more or so, because now like this is more of a slow death situation for the survivors. One hit down here, and let's see if I think he's probably not going to chair as well, just to like slug as ES is in the winning position currently.
Yep, and we do see he's actually going to connect the two Cyphers on the far side, realizing that if Lucas tries to touch it, he's going to be able to immediately see here. One thing he has to remember, though, he doesn't have warp for at least another 40 seconds, so this Cypher near Lockhart is a bit risky now for ES. I do wonder why he didn't drop it a lot closer to middle and decides to drop it over here, staying within the vicinity of Lockhart's, recognizing that he can't immediately leave, because if he does, he still can't connect the Cyphers just yet. Now realizes that Lucas has touched a Cypher, so I wonder he's going to fully commit to Lucas, or he's going to try to find this Gardener here. Or sorry, try to just stall this Gardener.
Yeah, I think for Lucas, what he can do right now is to consider go through chest and find a syringe to self-heal so that he does not give up crowds, because I feel like that would be a better play than what he's doing now, which I think he's currently looking through a chest. So the thing is that ES does not dare to leave too much or else, but I feel like ES can daringly charge out, because he still has warp to come back in case the Gardener self-heals, unless the Gardener is about to bleed to death. So let's see what would be the move here, because the dungeon is also at the same side with the Cypher too.
Yeah, we do see here ES, now he's going to be fully committing here. He does have warp finally up for sale, and he realizes that Lucas is within this vicinity. Wonder if they're going to go for the self-heal now. That is going to be the case here, but unfortunately that's going to be warped right into the Survivor here, but he does need to disconnect it before Lucas can possibly maybe get that Cypher up and running, so that's going to be exactly the case. We do see here Lockhart trying to stall time, but unfortunately he's going to take one hit here, 70% now on the Cypher, so this is looking really good for the Survivors here. Chance to maybe get this pop up and running, but keep in mind the no borrowed time is gonna be very costly for them, because even after this pop, Gardener's gonna go down, and they still don't have any way to actually stop them from ES from downing this Gardener, and he's gonna get the pop now. They are gonna down the Gardener. Connection is very close from losing cooldown, so he's probably just gonna connect both gates at this point.
Yeah, so because there's no borrowed time, so even with all this considered, this is still likely gonna be a format, unless Lucas managed to dig out a chest and dig out like a syringe out of the chest and stall his way out. But by the way we're looking, ES is marching straight towards where Lucas was, so it does not seem likely, and I think it would be better if the Survivors dug through some chests to begin with rather than this. As Lucas gets spotted, it pretty much almost seals the deal that this would be like a four-man elimination.
Yeah, we are seeing here Lucas trying to stall more time, trying to stall the bleed out here, but I don't think he's going to be able to do it. Coordinator, only flywheel to use now. Unfortunately, he's going to be trying to play for the Pallet Mind game. Does win the Pallet Mind game here, so just a few more seconds though, then the skill from ES is going to be off cooldown. He already has one charge here, and so that's going to be a stun, that's going to be a down, and that might just be the 4K here. Will he chair Lucas? Actually, he's just waiting for them to expire here before chairing Lucas, because I think he realizes that the dungeon's on the other side, so he's just waiting for Lucas.
To be fair, the coordinator isn't even dead on chair here. Literally just chair and then use attachment to go back, or warp to go back.
He's actually double checking here where the dungeon is. I think he hasn't realized exactly where it is. But now I think he's finally figured out Dungeon is going to be here at the Archway, and that's going to be a surrender from the survivors here. And that's right, dear fans, all Samya members. Civil War still ongoing. We are going overtime, Jong.
Honestly, I'll tell you some knowledge or a fun fact. The last time we went to overtime was way back at chapter 2.
Yeah, I remember as well. It was also Samya, I believe, that was in that overtime match. So I guess Samya's just the god at overtime matches. I mean,
yeah,
we have to admit. But I mean, this is two completely different teams from the Samya that we saw back in IMR 2. So ES doing the impossible, getting to 4K to keep them alive here. And for both teams now, overtime is the last stand, and regardless of what happens, a victor will be decided.
Yep, definitely. So this was like overtime because like Seer did a bit of an error kiting. But next game, no matter what, will be the last round. So we'll take a break, everyone, and we'll head into the last round, which is going to be the last round no matter what. So see in a bit, everyone.
Now watch closely. I'm about to show you the greatest escape back to the world's ever seen. I'm chained by the shackles of my own mind. Struggling to break free. I must find the key. Now watch closely. I'm about to show you the greatest escape back to the world's ever seen. I'm chained by the shackles of my own mind. Struggling to break free. I must find the key. Now watch closely. I'm about to show you the greatest escape back to the world's ever seen. I'm chained by the shackles of my own mind. Struggling to break free. I must find the key. Now watch closely. I'm about to show you the greatest escape back to the world's ever seen. I'm chained by the shackles of my own mind. Struggling to break free. I must find the key. Now watch closely. I'm about to show you the greatest escape back to the world's ever seen. I'm chained by the shackles of my own mind. Struggling to break free. I must find the key. closely. I'm about to show you the greatest escape back to the world's ever seen. I'm chained by the shackles of my own mind. Struggling to break free. I must find the key. Now watch closely. I'm about to show you the greatest escape back to the world's ever seen. I'm chained by the shackles of my own mind. Struggling to break free.
And
All
it
right.
is going. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You go.
All right, we're back, everyone. So basically, yeah, we are actually in a situation where we hit overtime for after 5 chapters later, and it was really today. It's literally like the Hunter show because we literally see like 2 for elimination, 1 free elimination from both sides respectively. It's just like a repeat of Hunter dominating. So I think it's really the thing of whoever survivor can hold their own first is going to win here.
Agreed, and this time around, I mean, it's all gonna boil down. Maybe it can boil down to the seconds here, but first, both teams here a chance to end it here, and now actually that is the only way. One victor will be moving to the winners finals. So I mean, this is going to be a huge match for both teams. We've seen a display of Hunters on both ends, but at this point, I mean, with 3 global bans, the choices are getting less and less for both teams.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's the thing. That's the thing. It's sort of like a depth situation. I may have enjoyed myself using these characters, but now that the depth is catching up, because as the more powerful stuff you use, the more resources you have are dwindling down, and now it's over time the sources are dwindled down to like very limited, yet you still need to pick something out of it. So you can begin. So really the question is, what can they gain out of this? Like, what else do they still have? Like, this is very crucial because both teams threw in a lot. Both teams threw in a lot of resources in order to like bring themselves here and to try and fight against the other side, that their choices would be near little to nothing.
Yeah, and now we are seeing like two different approaches as well. We've seen SOQ make no changes so far. Meanwhile, LSN has made so many for the past 3 rounds, and this 4th round is actually very crucial because they've also made the switch to their Hunter. It's going to be Cosmos now playing the Hunter as well over ES, but we're first going to be seeing Panda take on the LSN survivors here, which is going to be Asian Wolf, Kishi, Choho Ganji, and Cosmos.
Yeah, so first of all, we're gonna see Mechanic Explorer being banned because I think this actually makes sense considering this overtime, and time also matters in overtime because like if both teams get a tie, the team with a faster escape time, or if 4K a faster elimination time is going to win. So that's why we're going to be seeing like this getting removed right off the bat. So while we're at it though, we are going to be seeing the first pick being the Explorer, and the second pick, oh no, Mechanic Explorer were banned. We're going to be seeing the Opera and Guard 26 being banned though. Interesting that Guard 26 gets banned because I don't think it's, I mean, I know it's strong at Arms Factory at all, but I never imagined it would be prioritized. I would imagine some of the more like dragging hunters like Shadow being banned instead of Guard 26.
Yeah, and I'm very surprised here as we are going to see Puppeteer and Barmaid from the side of the survivors here. Does make a lot of sense, but I do wonder why the Opera Singer ban actually, as Opera Singer is not that strong in the Arms Factory map. Puppeteer does make a lot of sense though as a character. Hulla is gonna be here and a bit of a problematic character potentially for that Barmaid, and maybe that Puppeteer if he doesn't know how to capitalize properly. But still, a chance here for the survivors to try and maybe go for a tie or a win, as we do see this team does go for the Acrobat there, actually getting really close. And so far, I mean, they haven't selected a Rescuer though.
Yeah, I think they'll probably hang back on the Rescuer, considering that they want to, like as I said, the team that escapes faster wins in overtime. So maybe they will hold this one back and have stable hang back on the Rescuer and just wing it maybe. So we are going to be seeing the female dancer being the 4th ban here. We're waiting for the last one. Enchantress. I mean, Enchantress can kite for a bit, but I feel like the thing with Enchantress is that if you ever hit a situ, it may be good to like get a free escape or like come and assist and more. But in overtime, if you ever hit in a situation where you must assist, then there's no way on world that the ciphers would be enough. So this is one thing that for Team Lunasonia they must consider.
Yeah, and so I feel like they're kind of going for a composition that doesn't have, you know, just in general strong kiters. And you know, we do see that Barmaid is probably the most fragile character available here, but maybe that's more up against characters like Ivy or Dreamwitch that does give them the space to kind of deal with those characters. And we do see that, you know, I mean, this composition interesting. They decide not to go for the Rescuer, however, especially so late in the round with First Officer, Gravekeeper out. I mean, their only other options was Mercenary and maybe Knight and Weeping Clown, but I mean, with Hullabaloo still available, maybe they want to just forgo it.
Yeah, and maybe they really just want to like make sure decoding speed is sufficient, as Arms Factory being a China like a survivor sided map, and also here Panda's gonna opt for the Shadow, which I definitely agree because the Shadow is a very good stalling hunter.
But don't speak early. I mean, he's kind of hovering around other hunters
Hold
so far.
2, 1.
Oh my god! It's a sculptor from the side of Panda.
I mean, we definitely see a number of sculptors in like previous chapters. So, but sculptors in Arms Factory, I mean, it's a hindsight 50-50, but Arms Factory is 2 survivors sided. Sculptor may have a bit of a hassle, especially this team comp is relatively tanky. So in theory, Sculptor may have a bit of a problem here.
Yeah, I mean, seems as if they've kind of accounted for everything. I mean, Barmaid is a bit of a liability, especially if this Barmaid gets caught early on, getting chipped very early on. But I mean, the other 3 characters, Puppet can tank a bit of hits. Acrobat has that red ball, so if Acrobat was the one that brought Tide Turner, it could provide them with a lot of potential rescuing here, and it does seem as if that's going to be the case as well. Actually, common theme for this team again, no borrowed time, and we saw that with SOQ last round. It didn't go so well, but maybe we'll be seeing something different here from the side of the survivors. As we do see, the sculptor is going to be spawning here at the top left corner, going to be right on Choco Ganji.
Yeah.
So Choco Ganji now with a mission to try and fight as well as possible. It might switch to Acrobat, albeit I'm not really a big fan if it does because of how much distance Acrobat can make. Good news for them is that Barmaid's all the way here at Factory, but that Cypher is going to get blocked.
Yeah, well, now we have to consider that the Enchantress is able to get the Ape Curse though, because the thing is the sculptor will require the statues to like do chip damage, but Enchantress actually gains her Ape Curse throughout the chip damage though. So the good news is that like Enchantress is able to gain the curses faster, so able to like use the stun to gain more distance, or even try to save up to like a 3-stack stun and to do like a major stun, a massive stun in order to like prolong the kite. As Arms Factory is, the thing of Arms Factory is that in the ruins there are some pretty high wall areas that have no line of sight, so it gives the Skeletia a bit of an issue, is that you have to like predict carefully because there's no clear line of sight. But we'll have to see how does this Enchantress kite, because like this is overtime we're talking about, and the survivors not only wanted to have as many out as they want, they also want to do it fast. Anyways, I'm your
Yep, and now
Invisible Joan. Joined by me is Nyashi, and we'll head into the bands. Alright, the first round of the last game straight away.
Yep, and now he's going to be heading towards, I believe, middle here. He's kind of covering here at this shack. He thought Choco Ganji may go for a double back, but that's not the case. So now he's going to be making the switch to Cosmos. Recognizes that he's not going to go for Cosmos. So that Asian Wolf seems to be the first chase here, who does have 6'9". He's actually hiding here, and I'm not sure if that's a good case, because it seems as if the sculptor has figured out where exactly this puppeteer is.
Oh, and talk about that, like he is able to bring the puppeteer down into half health with the shield and all straight away. So actually this is not looking good because the puppeteer is actually very tanky, but him being in danger of being down straight away is definitely not that good. So let's see though, Panda's currently kind of low on statue, so is able to utilize the broken windows to just increase the gap and more. Able to cut out for a bit, but there is warp in play, but Panda not going to use it, knowing that the puppeteer can still turn into Little Lewis for one more time. And I think the statues are a little bit hasty because actually he missed like quite a few already, and killing the puppeteer is not giving any free distance of down.
Yeah, tries to go for this unfortunate miss there from the side of Panda here, and he's gonna use the warp bag because of that pallet drop and trying to break it. Now that Asian Wolf is gonna be trying to escape this vicinity because Barmaid is decoding in this area here, but decides to make the double back. Not sure how much I like this play here. That Asian Wolf may be caught by the sculpture here, and that's going to be exactly the case. Good news for them is that there's 2 ciphers officially popped. Bad news for them, the 3rd cipher they want to be popping is right beside this puppeteer, so they definitely need to go for this rescue.
Yeah, I mean they either could or they can sell and not give any full presence, seeing this is a full presence Galatea. So we do see the Acrobat though. And the thing is that if the Acrobat get busted early, which does seem like the case, then there's a chance that he may not even achieve the rescue. So the survivors actually need both of them to come in. So yeah, Acrobat going to be forced to retreat. I think because with the wanted order on the Barmaid, he knows that like the survivors, Panda knows he can just directly go after Cosmos here. I'm not understanding why are they not even trying to make the distance, because you're just literally giving out so many free room for Panda to chase after Cosmos here.
Yeah, and this is looking really weird because now he's finally making his way towards Kishi, but I mean, Panda's already recognized this, and so Kishi needs to get this rescue off properly as the Chisel will be coming in clutch here. Does try to go for the rescue, does manage to get a perfect rescue here, so good job here from Kishi to actually get that rescue right off time. Unfortunately, though, Puppeteer is dead on chair. They still need one full Cypher, so that Asian was trying to hide. I'm not really sure I like this play at all because Panda's already recognized where this Puppeteer is now going to be trying to use the sculptures to down him.
Yeah, like I think they have to recognize the fact that Panda does not play Bonbon at all, so there's no way he would fall for that trick. So yeah, the Puppeteer just looping around, hoping to like drag even more time because we can see that currently it's already 4 ciphers being done over here. So yeah, 4 ciphers down, and we're talking about like 3 survivors left with the last cipher. So it should not be that much of an issue, but one thing we should note is that Panda does not have detention, as he had brought both confined space and insolence, so this might backfire onto him endgame. We'll have to see how this plays off, as all 3 survivors left on the field are all full health, meaning that no one is in danger of going down just yet.
Yeah, Cosmos now going to be the first chase, and he's already taken a chip very early on, and so the Panda now realizing he's going to make the switch here. Seems as if their Chaho Ganji is going to be trying to decode the cipher. He uses that eye wheel very early on to dodge that chip away. Does not want to give Sculptor any sort of leverage here. Doesn't drop the pallet early on here, so I'm not sure how much I like that play because Sculptures here is going to provide to be a big issue for Kishi. He is going to use his last Dovlin actually to try and get the chip away, but now I think Sculptor making his way towards Cosmos here. They do recognize both these ciphers are kind of at close distance, but this is Sculptor we're talking about, so unable to properly pressure these ciphers as now Kishi's making his return here. Cosmos staying within this vicinity, trying to pressure the Hunter using the Sinitus, and we do see Kishi's going to be decoding his way on the cipher.
Yeah, I think Panda's plan is to like harass here, harass there to drag for as much time as possible because he knows he's unlikely to get a format elimination out of this anymore, especially considering he has no detention, just to like delay more. But he eventually will have to find a target and commit towards them because like the last thing he will want is to getting free escapes in overtime.
Yeah, thing is though, they popped the cipher while the Hunter was still very much within Kishi's vicinity, so I'm not sure how big of a fan I am at that because Kishi 1 chip away here before he's going to officially go down. 1 chip away, yeah, there we go, 1 chip away officially before he's going to go down. Does manage to dodge that max presence here, so stalling a lot of time here as Choho Ganji now going to the other side here. Keep in mind, Cosmos also has the Tide Turner here. I think he's just going to lock in on Kishi though because, I mean, you don't want to potentially risk getting that down, but now he's actually going to make the switch here. I don't think they're going to be able to open this gate on time because, I mean, these Sculptures are just going to
hold on, 17. No, I think it's going to be on time though. I think this might not be the best play from Panda though because now that gate is open, I don't know if he can even try and get an elimination from this. Like, he does have the barmaid that's still in danger, but first he has to know where did the barmaid went first. But now that he saw the blood trails, goes for a long range statue, not able to get it down, but now he has an idea where the barmaid is, but it seems to be wanting to go after the acrobat, who is making a beeline towards the gate instead.
Yeah, and this is looking very risky here from the side of Panda. A chance now to tree escape for the survivors here. Gonna be using this chisel. This is gonna be crucial here. He needs to get this max presence hit, and he does just that. Wait a second here for the survivors. This is looking like a potential 1 tree kill if they aren't able to stall enough time here. Cosmos now trying to stall additional time. He does have a red ball to use here, so this is going to be very crucial for him. He does go down here, so this is looking really bad for the survivors. All of a sudden, that tie potential here now maybe turning into a potential 1 escape, or only for the survivors. He needs to decode this gate as fast as possible. Warp still 50 seconds, but those chips are going to come crucial here. Kishi is going to be going for a beeline on this.
Yeah, Kishi has to evade this, but he is able to evade it and is able to make it out, so this will be a tie. But considering that it seems that here Cosmos is still trying to self-heal, maybe it would be better to just surrender because of the time issue. So yeah, it's gonna surrender, and oh my gosh, that's dangerous. And even as a tie, Panda definitely dragged a massive amount of time with his control here, control there, endgame camp and whatsoever. So it was definitely like, yeah, like he did set up a good pace considering that the first down was very slow. So now he already played his last game, is now on to the survivors to do the rest.
Yeah, so I mean, for Team SOQ, they could just try to go for a tie because of the way this match took incredibly long for the survivors here. And honestly, I feel like that's just kind of disconnected for, for Panda here. He had such a bad early game, in my opinion, and I feel like he's made such a good comeback, at least stalling enough time there to get the tie, and honestly, incredibly impressive from their end.
Yeah, so actually, we're still waiting behind the time behind the scenes to see that what is the time, because I feel like this game occurred for a very, very long. So we're gonna take a quick break to receive the info off camera. We'll see everyone for the last game, which is definitely the last game. So yep, see in a bit, everyone.
Now watch closely. I'm about to...
Last year, Team BLK, composed of 5 college classmates, faced a narrow defeat against the seasoned powerhouse team SRE, bringing their journey in the CLA preliminaries to an unexpected halt. Now, as the team members graduate and embark on...
Late nights, bright screens, countdowns begun, dreams and night. We're all in, no turning back one last chance. We hold on tight. We sink in time, side by side tonight. We cross the line with hearts alright. We chase the dream. We shine so bright, all feels right. Clock can't spin and time won't slow. Every moment drifts and fades away. Now the moment feels past, holding tight. We rise as one under the neon light, chasing the legends, rival glory. We won't fall through, fire won't fade. We feel the thunder, hear the call. We won't back down. We were born to rise up. We stand tall and push on. Flames burn, we run. Late nights racing fast, yet we won't break. Every step, play move, every risk. We take the lead. We chase the light, breaking all chains. And now clock hands turning, time moves on, all fading as those cheers are gone. Not just a game, we built a name. We rise as one under the neon light. Chasing the legends, rival glory. We won't fall through, fire won't fade. We feel the thunder, hear the call. We won't back down. We were born to rise up. Stand tall and push on. Flames burn, we run. We rise as one. We rise as one. We stand with pride.
Last year, Team BLK, composed of 5 college classmates, faced a narrow defeat against the seasoned powerhouse team SRE, bringing their journey in the CLA preliminaries to an unexpected halt. Now, as the team members graduate and embark on...
Late nights, bright screens, countdowns begun, dreams and night. We're all in, no turning back one last chance. We hold on tight. We sink in time, side by side tonight. We cross the line with hearts alright. We chase the dream. We shine so bright, all feels right. Clock can't spin and time won't slow. Every moment drifts and fades away. Now the moment feels past, holding tight. We rise as one under the neon light, chasing the legends, rival glory. We won't fall through, fire won't fade. We feel the thunder, hear the call. We won't back down. We were born to rise up. We stand tall and push on. Flames burn, we run.
And welcome back. So we are going to be heading into the last game, and this is the last game. As this has been a very long match.
Regardless of what happens, I think even if there were like like the same like escape time. I think there's even a measure for that. I'm gonna pray that doesn't happen. I'm not jinxing it. Okay, hold on.
Yeah, no.
How I wanted to.
So first of all, let's get into the time first. It was 7 minutes and 11 seconds. So that means for SOQ, they only need a tie under 7 minutes and 11 seconds. And honestly, like 7 minutes is actually very long in IDV standards. So I think it would be better for Team Lunasomnia to try and get a free K than to drag this over 7 minutes, because that is a very long amount of time.
Yeah, I do agree with that. I feel like the only character that could possibly drag that time even longer might be a character like Ivy, which has that potential to just basically make Gate War an incredibly long battle. And I mean, still though, I kind of just want to go for the win, right? I mean, at this point, it's kind of risky to try to go for the tie because they could still escape right on time.
Yeah, because the thing is that you never know. Like you don't have a watch next to you. You don't have a timer next to you. If you drag for time, you won't even know what is the time. It may be better to even go for Freeman elimination from Cosmos, because it is going to be Cosmos hunting and not ES this time around. They swapped the hunter for overtime. Let's see what it work in their favor. So yeah, let's look at the global. I'm looking at the global bans, and yeah, every time I'm heading into the overtime, it's basically just like a lot of powerful characters gone, and maybe we're gonna be seeing some faster decoders being selected and banned, such as the Mech, Explorer, and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the thing and the advantage that this team has. It does seem as if their global bans are just a lot better, but for the hunters, and I mean, look at their global bans. Lucino and Hermit. I mean, to be fair, I mean, it's just kind of, you know, the meta options are still there. Goldman's still there, Hullaboo's still there. So now you have to respect one or the other and then let the other two out. So that's kind of the main thing here for this team.
Wait. Oh, okay, so we're currently having some technical issues, so let's wait for a bit. Yeah, Cosmos having a different character and pool, they probably still have. So we'll probably have to consider something different entirely when they like make the selections and all those. So let's see what else do they have. Like what else does SOQ and have up their sleeve? Oh bruh, there's a freaking misunderstanding because SOQ thought the game started when they did not start. So I thank you for that. By the way, Sultan, you can begin whenever you are prepared. I'm so tired already. Yeah, we're all tired, but that's the thing. That's the thing of IVL and stuff. When it overtime, it only hits 3 hours. Anyways, heading into the band pick selection straight away. So let's see what will Cosmos be doing this round, as we are going to be seeing the Knight and subsequently the Pharaoh Lady being banned. Pharaoh Lady, that's interesting. I'm wondering what hunter doesn't like the Pharaoh Lady, Nyashi? Nyashi? Okay, I guess Nyashi is dead for now, so I'll deal with it. So we're gonna be seeing the Goldman being banned first, following up by the Shadow. And I guess the Shadow makes sense because the Shadow has the potential to drag the game. The issue with this is that it does let out the Opera Singer if Cosmos has one, but Arms Factory is not the best map, and we are seeing Fire Investigator and then the Mechanic being the first to selected here.
Yeah, I'm very surprised that they decided not to ban the Mechanic and decided to ban the Pharaoh Lady instead. As we are going to see Journalist is the next ban. Seems as if Opera Singer is very much in the cards here for Cosmos. And Fire Investigator Mechanic, I mean, very solid here. We are going to see maybe Gravekeeper come out. Not sure how I feel about that pick here. But it does seem as if they're hovering around it and very much considering it. And it does seem as if they're going to be locking in on that.
Well, the risk behind the Gravekeeper is that if Cosmos has has like a opera singer, he can pretty much pull it out now because Mechanic doesn't like the opera singer, and even Gravekeeper doesn't like the opera singer. Gravekeeper is very fragile against it. So literally, like this is has a massive risk here if Cosmos has one, which we don't know just yet. And I think, like, we are seeing the fast decoders all being banned here, but I reckon Cosmos would probably be playing for free-man elimination because it's just way too hard to drag this over 7 minutes.
Yeah, and I mean, this is just, it's very interesting, Cosmos ban picks, because he's banned characters that I'm guessing they're comfortable with. But like, I mean, Pharaoh leading Composer ban when Mechanic and Explorer were still available, two characters that are a whole lot more meta than those two, is kind of interesting from the side of Cosmos. And so I do wonder what character he's potentially considering here, because this team composition is just gonna out-decode him. His best bet, in my opinion, may just be to play a character like Abnormal Opera, where he's gonna be able to force the ciphers to be a lot slower while still playing a character that can abuse the fact that this is a very fragile composition.
Yeah, that's definitely, because this is very fragile. Heck, if I'm playing, I would have pulled up Wu Chang against this. But now
you don't know, it could be Wu Chang.
If it's Wu Chang, I will literally fangirl in the middle of the stream, but
the bias is gonna seep through the screen. But I mean, I'm very curious as to what he's considering here, because these are just in general really interesting selections from the side of Cosmos.
No, please don't tell me that's real.
No. Ooh.
No. No.
Oh.
Eh?
Oh! We are seeing, guess what we are seeing, John? We are seeing none other than the Nightmare from the side of Cosmos, and I'm very surprised to see this, considering the fact that, I mean, Nightmare, we've seen some use. I believe Aka was using them for a bit there, but Nightmare in a map with a lot of palettes, and in a map where there's two fully, like, incredibly strong decoders, this is beyond daring. This is an absolute, like, just hard reading. Seeing the prep that this team has. Maybe he realized that maybe they have the prep against an opera singer, but they can't for sure not have the prep on a Nightmare.
Oh yeah, definitely. But yeah, like, I mean, no one will prepare against a Nightmare, but this is a very used to the palette concentrated map, obstacle concentrated map. What this would mean is that it will be very hard for the Nightmare to use his normal attack to get a straight hit, because he'll just end up hitting the wall, and that was actually one of the issues with Nightmare, is that he ends up hitting into the walls all the time, that it makes him like harder to chase. So we'll have to see how this plays off, and remember, it'll be very hard to drag over 7 minutes with this team composition, so that it may be better to like go for free-man elimination. And one thing I want to talk about is that I'm pretty sure with the Nightmare Stare, he can actually sniff out the Explorer from hiding as long as there's line of sight. So maybe the Explorer will have to be very cautious here.
Yeah, and so we are seeing Samya leader Cosmos go up against Samya members. Civil War coming to a very poetic end here. Will we see LSN take it, or will SOQ take the cake today? It's going to be Nightmare up against this Explorer, Gravekeeper, Fire Investigator, and Mechanic. Arms Factory overtime. Second half.
Yep, so ladies and gentlemen, keep your popcorns up. This will be the last game, as it has been a very last game, but this will be the last game no matter what. I'm your caster, Invisible Joan. Join my name is Nyashi, and let's see the final conclusion between the Civil War of SOQ Somlich, of Queers, and Team Luna Somnia.
And we are heading right into this match. Nightmare spawning right beside this Explorer. So the question is, will they go for the hide here? He's going to be throwing out this, what do you call this? He's going to be throwing out the Crow almost immediately, landing on the Fire Investigator. Oh my god, he's immediately going to see Kitty here, and that's going to be an early hit there. This is huge early lead here from the side of Cosmos here. And now he's going to try to get the skill up and running, but Kitty actually being able to kind of counter and mitigate Cosmos trying to go for that.
Yeah, he does have broken windows to use, but how long would that help him though, seeing that out in the open, he's already in danger. Oh, fortunately for him, is able to take the pallet and just last for a bit. But the thing is that with this team comp, there is no one that can really assist the Explorers. The Explorers all on its own, as they're literally relying on speed. And yes, I know... Oh, hold on! That worked!
Yeah, that did end up working here, but eventually he does go down here, and I mean, yes, this is a fast decoding team composition, but look at this, 3 ciphers of just around 50%, and not only that, Gravekeeper's gonna be forced out of his cipher.
Yeah, like, I know the fact that mechanics bot can have a faster decoding and give them like very fast decoding speed, but this down is too fast because he literally got down within warp time. Like, that is not what the team would ideally want over here though. So now that we're seeing here like the Explorer needs to do a rebound kite, but is it even possible for the Explorer to do a rebound kite?
Yeah, now he's going to be going for the hit there on Lucas. Now Kitty, once again, using the book to actually counter the Nightmare there, and the warp immediately coming into play, but I think that's just a bit too long here. Going to try to go for the hit on Kitty's here, and Kitty's here actually doing an amazing job despite it being an Explorer here, and finally he does get the down, but he dies right beside the Cypher once again, so they're unable to push this middle Cypher at all. That's going to be another chair here at middle. Luckily for them, and Meow rolled ready to go for the rescue, and the ciphers are looking a bit more decent.
Yeah, but that is still like 3 ciphers at best. And as I said, yes, the mechanic can help you to recover from early down, but that's way too early. Like, so let's see if the Fire Investigator is able to pull anything off us. Fire Investigator goes in for the rescue, takes the rescue off, uses the airbag, and I think trying to slam the pallet, but Cosmos will be cutting corners here, utilizing another route to like bring the Explorer down. So Explorer here just looking to try and kite past like Tide Turner time, and yeah, unfortunately not being able to. Maybe a bit of an attack recovery, and look at the cipher progress. It's kind of scattered across, like maybe one cipher in total, but seeing that 2 survivors are in half health, this is not good for the survivors at all.
Yeah, and he's already ready to teleport to this mechanic here, not even giving them a chance to maybe decode the cipher. Lockhart's now needs to stall additional time here, but this is Max Presence we're talking about. He's actually just going to take the raw hit there to try and get away as much as possible. Now they're going to be going for the heal, but that might actually just stall additional time here for Cosmos. This is a Nightmare we're talking about here, so even though they have 2 decoders, the fact that Explorer just getting caught really early on, that means this decoding progress isn't going to be super fast, as now Lockhart's trying to stall additional time here.
Yeah, like as I said, yes, you can. Mechanic helps you with early down, but that's way too early with the Explorer, because the Explorer's like footprints were out in the open. I don't know what the Explorer was thinking over there, or what they spawned the wrong spot to begin with. So now the issue is, can the survivors even recover from this? Because I don't see them being able to get any outs with like 4 ciphers remaining. Yes, they're all pretty high in progress, but you still need to run around in order to get them back out.
Yeah, now going for the, tries to go for Lucas, are unfortunately just shy away from getting the hit. Now, Lockhart's has a pallet and a window to use here, but that's going to be a down there on Lockhart's now. Lucas is going to try to push for the cipher here, and so far, this is actually looking pretty decent for the survivors, despite this initial setback, because guess what? Look at that cipher progress here. He's going to be able to pop that, and Meow rolled immediately going to the last cipher. Lucas not taking the hit from that rescue is actually kind of a big setback for Cosmos right now, as he's gonna be making a switch.
Yeah, oh, gonna use the airbag, which that one did not block the pass well, by the way. So just looking to stall for more time here, because like with this being a field controlling game and more, like there is a possibility to stall over 7 minutes though, because as long as he stalls for 7 minutes, then we consider win, because now the Gravekeeper needs to run all the way over to this side of the map to complete that cipher, and then if Cosmos go back to guard it, then they'll have to end up sending the mechanic for a new cipher, which either way would ensure the ciphers being much slower. And Cosmos, knowing this, that's why he's gonna go back like warp his way backwards. Though the thing though is that the Gravekeeper isn't full of can last for a bit, but Cosmo's plan is really just to stall for time here.
Yeah, and that's exactly what he's trying to do here, because they're trying to go for the heals, but like they need to start decoding a cipher because that's the only way they'll get the tie below that 7-minute mark. As now Lucas is officially going to be going down, so this is looking more and more dire as Cosmos has finally found another win position here to potentially try and overtake this game. Now he's going to be throwing his crow once more to the decoding cipher, which is Mechanic, and we do see the Fire Investigator doesn't have borrowed time, so I'm not really sure about this play because I'm not sure if they realize that the Manor doesn't actually have access to that, but he's actually made the switch to Lockhart's. He's recognizing that if Lockhart's goes down, they're not going to be able to get the power in time because it's 12-9 here, but they're not going to be able to focus on decoding the cipher here, and that's going to be the first hit on Mechanic.
Yeah, but the thing is that by teleporting to here, he released the cipher that's high in progress, so I'm not sure if that was the best play. Maybe Cosmos thinks that the time he stalled is enough, so that's why he opted for a teleport. But either way though, he can still stall at endgame by guarding the gates, because the thing with Nightmare is that he can send one crowd here, teleport here, send one crowd there, teleport there, and just stall for even more time. And as long as the 7-11 has exceeded, then as long as he gets one man down, that will be good. But I don't know what the time is right now, so we'll just have to see it.
Yeah, and look at this. Gravekeeper actually got the crow there, so unfortunately he's not going to be able to send a crow here to the other side of the gate. Now they're trying to force up the decoding, but surprisingly, it's actually quite slow here, so now it's at 70, but this warp is going to disrupt even more time here. Fire Investigator tries to go for the decode, but I'm not sure if that's the right play here, as we do see Max Presence. This is Max Presence Nightmare we are talking about, so Meow World, no other choice but to officially go down here, and look at this. This is looking incredibly dire. There is a Mechanic doll here for Mechanic, so unfortunately for him, he is kind of a bit antsy to leave this because he could potentially give that escape here.
Yeah, the thing is that Cosmos saw the glimpse of the Mechanic, so he knows that the Mechanic is also nearby, and as long as the Mechanic goes down here, it does not matter the fact that the Gravekeeper got done. So that's why the Gravekeeper is rushing here. But I think with all the hassle, it definitely exceeded 7 minutes already. And even if it doesn't, literally, Cosmos literally has just so many plays. But the Mechanic's doll is gonna go there to try and pull this one off. Hold on, can the Mechanic doll pull it? Oh, I think it did though. Talk about the nick of time, Yashi. But I don't even know what the time is at this point, let alone can all of them get out.
Yeah, and unfortunately Mechanic was already dead on chair. Wait a second though, this is dungeon right here, so Lucas needs to escape, but unfortunately he thought he needed to go for the backdoor rescue. So Fire Investigator is unfortunately gonna go, I mean Cosmos should probably pick him up because he might go for the dungeon, but luckily to no avail. LSN with the tree case. So we're not even gonna have to look at the time because that means Luna Samya has won this match.
Talk about this back and forth and forth and back and forth. Literally just so many chaos going on. And the first down really sealed the fate because the Explorer did not play effectively by literally revealing her foot trails like right at the start of the game. So yeah, with that, congratulations to Luna Somnia. And that was so intense and tiring that this match lasted for 3 hours, Nyashi. Let that one sink in.
Agreed, and I mean, this is just... I mean, like, you have to admit, this was perhaps one of the greatest matches we have seen in IMR history. I mean, it went overtime the second time.
No, it was
IMR.
The third time. It was the third time.
Third time, rather, sorry. Third time in IMR history. And so, I mean, in the end, Luna Samya takes it here. But give a round of applause for SOQ. It's not over for them just yet. They will be in the losers bracket, so not over for them just yet here. Meanwhile, Luna Samya, a chance to make their way into the finals. They are going to be up against Team Aquarius, who did look absolutely amazing a while ago after their 18-1 against AL.
Yeah, and another thing that I want to talk, first, it's the third match. The first one was AX versus IVL. The second one, I think, was Tiny versus Somnia. And this is the third one, which is definitely pretty fun in a back to forth. And Cosmos coming in clutch clutch to seal the deal at the final round, especially with ES also clutching on the 4K too. So yeah, congratulations to Lumina Somnia for like defeating the jaw-biting, nail-biting match between them. So yeah, with that out of the way, congratulations of this intense performance on both ends.
Yeah, and I mean, I have to admit this has been one crazy day. Again, though, just one victor, and Luna Samya is going to be the one heading to this winner's bracket. Again, not over for SOQ just yet. They are still in the lower bracket, so a chance to make that comeback, but we'll definitely see it in the future as we head into these other matches tomorrow.
Yeah, so let's head into the interview VC and see who is the lovely person that would get slaughtered today in interviews. Oh, by the way, we just received news that it was already 8 minutes, so even if they got the dungeon escape, it would not have mattered.
Yes. I mean, it's insane, right? We were mentioning about how it was really hard to stall it, and yet somehow Cosmos did just that. So a lot of, honestly, very impressive from their side to have just pulled it off. I have to admit, this has been one hell of a tournament match for both teams here, and I feel like it's a display of how good Samya is, right? Both teams doing incredibly well, but we have here Cosmos from Team Luna. Samya, congratulations on the win. How do you guys feel right now?
I feel devastated.
Why?
Or what?
Because SOQ just lost, and as Alien Stage, right?
Yeah. And for those who don't, please watch Alien Stage. I'm not gonna spoil any details here. But still, impressive matches from you guys. Went to overtime there, so it was super close. But in the end, someone had to win, someone had to lose. Just like an Alien Stage, I guess. So, good games to you guys. John, would you like to ask a bunch of questions here?
Yeah, so first of all, since you're the one playing and this is coming in flesh, so literally the question is like, what made you pull out that nightmare? Like, I think everyone in the audience wants to know so bad.
So, two things. First one, I knew that they were gonna prioritize. I knew that they were going to prioritize decoders. So the one thing about decoders, and that's actually why I banned Pharaoh Lady. I knew it was Nightmare all along. The one thing about decoders is that they don't really have a lot of items to work with. So when Explorer came out, when Mechanic came out, they're all just like free bodies. They can, yes, they have a mech bot, they have a book, but Nightmare is a character that can absolutely deal with decoders. Second of all, his map control is so underrated. The fact that you can use the crows and then like use warp or TP is usually just a really good strategy if you want to stall a game. So that's what I went with since Hermit was not available.
Yeah, so yeah, that was actually like very good choice, especially use like catching the Explorer red-handed straight away. So yeah, another thing is that like we've definitely seen like ES's Hermit also made appearance in a game they needed to 4-man. So what do you think like made him select that Hermit, seeing that you all needed the 4-man to drag this in overtime?
Yeah, I mean, if you will go for 4K characters, you think about Hermit, you think about Breaking Wheel, you think about Mad Eyes if you're crazy, you think about Clown. Like, there's just a lot of options, and he just so happened to play Hermit, so he went for it. And honestly, the overtime would not have been this exhilarating if it weren't for ES's 4K during BO3, so he also did a great job.
So yeah, another thing to talk through with the survivors, because like that there were like a few errors from the survivors, yet y'all managed to hold your own against Panda in like the overtime first round. So there was definitely a bit of a recovery there. So like how did your survivors went through, like what did you all do to make sure that your survivors recover after a few around a few blunders?
At the end of the day, I think it's a journey. Like, the fact that we got first in the group stage was honestly very surprising. We expected to finish second, but to our surprise, Tevat managed to beat Sangalia, and that gave us the point advantage as well. And it's really just knowing that a lot of the things that happen in the group stage, that felt that if it didn't happen, so there was one instance where there was a puppeteer dungeon escape. The other one is we tree escape a really formidable lizard player. And those are things that made us just barely scrape first place, and that is why we are here. And that is what I reminded the team after that Hermit loss, is that we are here for a reason, and we will go down. If we do go down, we're going to go down with a bang.
Yep. I see. So, yeah, definitely very good, like very good shaping up the morale, because morality is definitely real. So, yeah, final question. You'll be facing the dreaded Aquarius next week. Are you guys prepared for it?
Not at all.
Well, good luck.
To be quite honest,
Yeah.
I think a lot of us, especially in Insomnia, even though we have a lot of members, we do kind of run short on players. So a lot of the group stage happened without certain players, and even for this match, we struggled to get in the key hunters. Actually, the reason why I played overtime is because ES has a class.
Ah.
Yeah. So even though there's a lot of us, not all of our schedules make it. I think it's the same for SOQ as well, because they don't have Suki. But we try to move on, and we just try to make do with what we have. Yeah.
All right, sure. Nyashi, anything you want to ask?
None, honestly. Good job for you guys. I mean, damn, honestly, I'm so tired after today. That was just really good matches.
Yeah.
From everyone across the board.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
And LSN did honestly amazing job. Not just that Nightmare match, not just the ES4 case, but also we saw that Sculptor match just come in clutch from the Survivor, especially with how frisky that light game situation was almost looking like. Still managed to secure the tie. So honestly, lots of claps there, lots of applaud from both teams. But LSN taking it here, and thank you so much, Cosmos, for joining us in this interview.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much.
Mention one more thing.
Go ahead.
I just